Lite, Uncut and After Show. I'm your host Nathan Oakley, and if you are new to this channel, or you've not done so already, then be sure to subscribe, hit the bell notification icon and join button if you'd like to become a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member and keep up to date with the Flat Earth debate. If you would like to support the channel, there is a super chat that runs alongside each of these shows while they premiere, and there's also a PayPal, Ko-Fi, crypto and thanks button in the info box below the video. Patrons, I'm going to do a quick shout out to all of you who do support me on Patreon. So, a massive shout of thanks and appreciation to Colton James, BG, Survive the Spin, FE Patriot, Steve, On the Level, Thomas van der Zander, Gary Hughes, Measured Flat, Chris Wouters, Sensual Goat, Mitch Kennedy, Rod, the name Spurley, Twodwazzle, Jason Hornsby, Christoph Fournier, Flat Earth Travolta, JMels24, Unimento, M, Iron26, Endless, Goldie McKiernan, Retro Bill, Level Plain Poem, Michael Kahn, John Kays, Patrick Gunnels, Banter, Mel B Styles, Hairy Blade, Mobile Max 777, Rob W, Del West Watson, Unbelievable Productions, Blue Ridge Ranger, Abraham Mohammed, Skeptic 936, Texas Mike, Charian Cat, David Wayne Foster, and Dank. So another massive thank you to all of you for supporting me on Patreon. As I say, links to Patreon are in the info box below this video. And with that, I'll hand across to whoever is in Discord and G+, so you can enjoy their dulcet tones while I set up for today's live show.
He's home. He's not in the hospital anymore, I think. Right. Hold on. Let me not say that. I may be wrong about that. Let me check.
What do we know about him? Because he was saying something about his back or his legs. Is he good or what?
Yeah, I don't know. I'd like to know too, man. He did post some pictures of the crash. It looked pretty bad. I think his wife said the car actually flipped. That sounds pretty crazy.
Yeah, you tried diagnosing an Italian.
Right.
I've been in an accident like that when I was in my 20s, or late teens, I forget. Late teens, early 20s. And the guy I was working for at the time was following me in his Land Rover. And I was in a courtesy car, and it had a tyre blowout on the motorway and flipped over. And at the time I had really long hair, and a guy pulled over, and I think he later scammed the insurance company because he claimed that I'd clipped his car as I was flipping over. And I'm like, come off it. But anyway, this guy pulled over and he's like, I wanted to see if you were all right because I thought you were a woman. I'm like, okay, that's just what I want to hear. But I couldn't get out of the car, so they had to kick the window out, or I did, I should say, on the passenger side to climb out the car. And I was completely unscathed, but when I got out and looked at the car, I just went white. I was like, bloody hell, because this thing was like a crumpled baked bean can. And the people around me were like, we all thought you were dead. I'm like, good job, it was an absolutely brand spanking new car with only about 60 miles on it then, because, you know, it was obviously not faulty or defective in any way and had reasonably high safety standards. This is back in the late 90s, I suppose, early 2000s, when safety standards start becoming a thing. Good. But the because of the way it flipped over sideways, it didn't actually smack the front. It was smacking the sides of the car flipping over. So the front airbags didn't deploy.
Hey, imagine having that wreck now at this age.
It would kill me. That's the thing. That's what I thought. That was the whole point of saying that. Good job you said something. The whole point of me saying that story was because that was when I was young. You made of rubber, or at that age, or you're just starting to stop being made of rubber. So that, I remember my head hitting the side of the car, the driver's side, whatever you want to call it, the pillar, where the glass is basically, and I'm whacking my head on it really hard. And now I think that would cause such a big concussion that I'd be dead. You know. So, but back when you're like 19 or 20, you can have that sort of impact, blunt impact, and walk away unscathed pretty much.
Depends. Depends what kind of accident was it. Yeah.
The car flipping over sideways.
I never flipped the car, but
a pretty severe accident. I would imagine a similar sort of accident from what Neil's described to me as he had. And it was again on a very fast road.
Yeah, but still, dude, if you hit your head in a certain way, or you know what I mean, like you obviously didn't. Yeah,
I get what you're saying. You have 1 inch the wrong way, you're dead. Either way, regardless of your age.
exactly.
I get you.
Yeah.
But that's why I looked at the car and went white, because I'm like, exactly, that was the thought that went through my head. I should be dead. Look at the state of this car.
Well, thank God you're still with us, bro. You know, accidents are no fun, man. I had my share of accidents, like I said, and
But at the time,
concussions and whatnot. And
I was being followed by my boss, as I say. So he was in this Land Rover, and this was a little crappy Italian car, and he just dragged it off the motorway. So there's obviously all this massive tailback, but this crappy car that's now in pieces is in the middle of the motorway. So he just dragged it off to the side with his Land Rover, so that the traffic could carry on. It bounced off both barriers. So even though it was rolling and bouncing, it hit both barriers side to side. It was like, full on proper accident.
yep. Bottom line is, you got lucky, man. I was in I hit the tractor trailer like a couple of years ago. Go ahead, John. Sorry, bro.
I was just gonna say, I flipped the Crown Vic once. I hit a ice patch and went sideways, and then when the wheels caught, it slammed me into one of those Jersey barriers, concrete barriers, and I hit it head on, and then it bounced me off, and I went off the road at a bridge, and it flipped end over end and landed, and I drove that sucker away.
No way.
What?
Crown Victoria. It was old police car that had been decommissioned. But
Sure. I like Crown Vic is. Cool. Very cool.
Yeah, I hit the tractor
I was also
trailer
25.
sideways.
So.
Deadmush.
No, I said a couple of years ago, I hit the tractor trailer sideways, aeroplane, and like completely lost control. And it was in a snowstorm. It was the last snowstorm of the year, and my car just drifted right into the tractor trailer. Bro, when I tell you, I saw the life in front of my eyes as that tractor. Like, this was a split second, but it seemed like I was just like watching a death come at me. I'm just like literally all these thoughts going through my head. Like, okay, that's it. That's the end of me. Like, I literally remember seeing the dashboard in front of me and thinking, this is the last that I'm seeing, that I'm alive. Like, dude, like I froze, and all the car did was just bounced off the tractor trailer, went back right into my lane, I kept going straight. And only the pillar on the right-hand side and the side was a little dent. That was all the damage from it. But the car was totaled. Insurance wouldn't touch it. They wouldn't fix it because they said, like, once the chassis bent and the pillars, they don't want to work on it. And that was my favorite car, man. I put so much into it, dude. Like, I was so freaking upset. I'm still not over it.
Sure,
it's like 2 years ago.
You're not dead. You had that moment where I had the same moment when the car was flipping over.
Oh, yeah. Well,
everything. There's a reason that happens, right? I looked it up. So, for me, it's when people describe the life flashing before your eyes, right? The reason that occurs, and it seems like things slow down, is because that is your brain grasping for anything that you can do in the circumstances that are facing you that might help. So the example that was given on the video I watched was a guy gets attacked by a shark, and he's going to die, but for the fact that as his life flashes before his eyes, he remembers a documentary where someone said to shove your hands in their gills and they'll let you go. And he did, and he survived. So, but for the fact that everything slows down, his life flashes before his eyes, and he remembers watching that documentary in what would have actually only have been a fraction of a moment. Now, for me, a similar sort of thing happened. And I remember a crash test investigation where they're describing more relaxed bodies doing better than people who stiffen up. And they gave other examples that were ancillary to that, like grasping hold of the steering wheel. Yeah? So I remembered that as a lost control of the car. Bang, tyre blows out, car goes sideways. You go, oh God, I'm going to die. And then you go, let go of the steering wheel. And I remember seeing the documentary, along with a bunch of other stuff that's flashing before your eyes. Like you say, it's, oh, now I'm going to die. Lots of things are going on in your head all at once. But one of them was seeing a guy's hands, or the dummy's hands, get their wrists snapped because they didn't let go of the steering wheel. And then thinking in the same documentary, the people who were limp, as in not all tensed up, waiting for the impact, did better, which was the reason I edit the side of the car. Because I'm like, right, go limp then. This is it, I'll go limp. And then as a result, as I was being thrown around ragdolled, when I whacked my head, I don't think that was as impactful as if I was tensed up. It might have broken my neck for all I know. But I didn't break my wrists, and the wheel, I remember seeing it spin around as it was smacking into the road. The wheel spun round about twice, presumably because it's gone from one angle to another really quickly, and it's just gone and spun around. I thought, yeah, if I was holding on to that, yeah, my wrist would be broken.
Yeah, and as you say, like that's why I heard people claim like that's why drunk people a lot of times escape out of the accidents not hurt because they limp, right?
I think that was the example. Exactly.
Yeah. Yeah, I worked for a guy, like super rich dude, like I worked in his garden. This dude, he's the owner of the Goodyear tires, like literally his family, Finkelstein family. When he was young, he was in a car with a friend from his college. He was drunk, and they got in an accident, and the guy died. He survived without a scratch on him. And the guy had to live. Like obviously, he didn't go to jail. I guess his family, whatever, made it work somehow. But imagine living with that, man.
Yeah, terrible.
You know, killing a passenger, your best friend, and you surviving without a scratch. That's not easy either, you know.
I'll tell you how he slept at night.
What was that, John?
I'll tell you how he
what?
slept at night.
Yeah, he probably didn't sleep good, man. Yeah.
Oh, he slept with a lot of money.
I guess money solves everything, right? Like I said, like these like super, super rich people, man. Bedford, New York. This was many, many years ago. And obviously this guy is much older than me. So this was like decades ago.
Oh, this is a light subject to get us all in the mood, at least. Jolly good stuff.
I know, right? Back to it. Man, wait till you hear what this dude is saying, man. Like, so this Glober's talking about rubbing the magnets together, and like somehow that creates some spherical shape that makes sense on the globe. But if you rub the magnets together, and if you believe in flat Earth, like it would have to be some dome-shaped magnetic field. You just like what? What? Yo, man. Yeah, shape of the Earth is round because of magnetic field, dude. That's literally what he said. Then he went into star rotations and different hemispheres, right? It makes sense on the globe. It doesn't make hurricanes, how they're like counterclockwise and clockwise. Oh my God, man. So my only suggestion is let's skip Witsit. Like I just can't listen to this guy anymore, man. So he makes a intro, first couple of minutes, and then it's this dude, Tom. Like, holy cow, man, 2015 Glober's arguments, pictures from space. We can go to space and see the globe and stuff like that, man.
Yeah, the feast of nonsense, man. It's been seeded.
About 10 minutes, let's see. About 10 minutes is when Tom starts speaking. Or I'll get you
Tom?
exact timeline right now.
Sorry, who's Tom? Who's Tom?
Oh, Tom is the Glober who's gonna debate Witsit. So Witsit makes the first introduction, and then Tom starts speaking around 10-minute mark. But I'll find you exact timestamp right now.
I'm a bit confused now because you're like, I'm sick of it. I don't want to cover it, but you're getting me a timestamp for it. So I'm a bit confused.
No, I don't want to, like, just me personally, you could if you want to. I'm talking about Witsit. Let's not cover what Witsit says. You know what I mean? Straight.
Oh, I see now. Yes, you're saying, let's cover this video, but let's not dwell too much on the stupid nonsense that spews out of Witsit.
Yeah. Because he's the one that makes the first intro, and then Tom starts speaking around 9-minute mark.
Okay.
I mean, again, just my suggestion. You can do whatever you want, bro. Like, All good.
That's good. Thanks.
I would like to see how the Globers deal with an Ethereum.
Oh, we'll cover it. Good.
Stuff like ionic particles prove the globe, seismic measurements, like that type of stuff. Get ready, man. Yeah.
Well, the thing is, like they respond to us differently than they would just an Ethereum or an upward rising earther. Their responses to them are different than they are to us.
I'm just going to do a quick sound check of it.
International Space Station and other satellites we've put into the atmosphere, and we can just literally just calculate the magnification of the telescopes and the size of the object we're looking at to know how far away it is. So we can see that they're exactly how far away they are said to be and the exact size that they're said to be. And so we can know that they can take pictures and just a camera essentially. And so without some kind of crazy conspiracy theory, we can just see the pictures of the Earth being round, not a problem. There's also lots of things you can do on Earth to demonstrate that the Earth is a globe and not flat. Like,
Okay. That's what you want, yeah?
You got to play that again, though, whenever you start.
Yep. I was gonna say that. Yep.
What did you say the timestamp was? 9 minutes?
Yeah. Yeah. That was about to start, but maybe just 30 seconds back, 1 minute back from wherever you started.
Okay. We'll go with that. Okay. Thanks.
Yeah, the idea that you can take the angle measurements from a flat plane, calculate it as if it were a sphere and you were at the center of it, and then still from a flat plane, assume that it's not a flat plane, but keep the angle measurements and say that you can figure out the angular size of something circling that sphere that you're not on is insane. It's insane.
Uh, 9:13, 9:12, 9:13 is the time to start.
Okay. Brilliant. Thank you.
Yep. My pleasure, bro.
Hey, Mush, that dude sounds like he's got his Dunning-Kruger on lock, though.
I mean, don't they all do? Pendulums. He's like, if you put pendulums in the northern hemisphere and if you put them in the southern hemisphere, they're gonna rotate again. Like, woo! Like literally 2015 stuff, man. Pictures from space. Can't make this shit up, man. But like rubbing the magnets together, I don't know if I heard that one before. Can somebody tell me what's that all about? When you rub the magnets together, that somehow proves the sphere. The magnetic field proves the sphere because if it was flat, it would be dome shaped, and that doesn't make sense. I honestly haven't heard like rubbing the magnets together argument before.
I mean, you've
So
some
the
bits that don't
magnetic
make sense.
field.
Sorry.
So the magnetic field whose lines of flux run parallel with the plane of reference wouldn't work on a plane of reference.
Oh, I don't know, man, because you'll see compass proves the globe too. It's all coming up in the intro of this debate. A lot of gems to unpack. Oh, and one other thing was stars rotate straight on the equator. How about that one?
Okay. Well, hopefully you'll pipe up while we're playing through it. I encourage you to do so, Mush.
Say what? You want me to pipe up during the show? Why, bro? I love when you talk, man.
Nah,
Nobody says it better,
I want to
man.
hear your objections. You spoke quite strongly about it, so yeah, definitely.
You like want me to repeat the same thing right now that we just
Yeah,
talked
basically,
about?
but yeah, within reason.
All right.
Can you turn your
I usually
speakers
get
down as
busy.
well? Whatever you're listening to it on. Can you turn your speakers down a little bit?
Can I turn my speakers down? Okay. Uh-huh. How's that?
Better. It's just causing a tiny bit of feedback. I'm just fussy.
Ah. Well, then I can't hear you good. How can I make it so?
You can hear me fine.
I guess.
I didn't mean to kill the mood with that. Sorry. Anyway, I'll call on you for an introduction to what we're watching. Hopefully, I won't be accused of Witsit bashing.
I don't know, bro. I don't know. You want to do that?
Yeah.
Oh man, I don't know if I'm ready for it, dude. You're putting me on the spot, dude.
Oh, don't worry about it.
First, honestly, I thought this was an old stuff because I see Witsit without beard. He also shaved. Because and then this dude started talking, and hearing him, I'm like, wait a second, is this from way back in the day? Then I started looking at the dates, comments. No, it's from 5-6 days ago. Yeah, it's gonna be a good one, man. Like I said, I only watched the first 10 minutes, but I heard enough to know it's gonna be a good one.
Can't wait. And maybe just point your mic away from your speakers or whatever.
So it's not even close to my speakers, bro. I got it's at least 2 feet away. I'm on a big screen. Mic is in front of me with my keyboard. So hopefully this sounds better, man, as I'm talking.
No, it sounds good now.
I lowered you a lot, yeah.
I think it's just a half-assed gate that Discord use when we're both mic open. There is feedback whether I want it or not.
What if Mush talks with two voices simultaneously and it's just naturally his voice?
It's just if he's off mute. So while we're talking now, his line will occasionally flashes it like then, as it picks up us while he's listening to us. So the mic can also hear us. So it's just feedback. That's just what feedback is. The mic's hearing what he's hearing.
You know what I'll do right now? I'll put my phone on and I put my earplugs in.
I wish I hadn't drawn as much attention to it. You just got to stay on local mute when you're not talking, that's all. My bad for making a big deal about it. I've tried to lighten up about these things. A couple of years ago, it was all I could focus on. Trying to control everyone in Discord and their feedback and their bad mics. And it's like, you just got to let go. You just got to let it go eventually.
Well, you have to, man. And like, I don't know how your sound is like. You always sound great, dude. But when you're on Kiwi's show, you sound like a completely different person when you just go through the Discord. Like right now, listening to you, it's like you're sitting next to me, dude. It's so clear.
Yeah, it's because I'm normally on my iPad.
Like
I'm lazy. When I join QE's show, typically I'll join on my iPad. You will find there are some shows where I'm not, for whatever reason, if my show spilled into his, I'll just stay on the same system. But typically, what I'll do at the end of my show, if my show's ended, is shut everything down and turn this back into a lounge. So I close the mic away, fold it away, put it away, close the camera away, fold it away, put it away, close the monitor away. It's all on like arms and stuff, so I can rotate it into different positions. So it's back to being a lounge. Then I'll roll the screen up and turn the projector off. Everything gets put away, lights get put away, and then the kids can come in without damaging anything. But at which point, it's like, if I'm going to join QE's show, I'm not going to set all that back up. It's just too much hassle, too much work. It takes about 20 minutes. So I'll just join on the iPad, and then I'll sound average like everyone else.
Okay, so how do I sound right now? I'm on
Fine.
the phone right now.
It's more that when we're both
Okay.
talking at the same time, whether or not it'll catch me talking and make you flash and feedback while I'm talking, which it is still. But that's just, I think it might be a Discord thing.
So I stayed unmuted right now, and you literally heard the feedback, even when I'm with my earplugs in.
Yeah, which makes me think it's a Discord thing. I've got
Probably.
probably, yeah. Anyway, we better get going.
Good morning.
Good morning, everyone.
That was a bit over enthusiastic, John. Or was that one of your children?
I can't tell anymore.
You become one of them when you're surrounded by them. Well, I like the whoops and hollers. It's good to be live. We've got a video to cover, and I'm going to immediately make my disclaimers because it's been suggested by Mush, and I'm going to invite him to give us a little preamble about why he's suggested we cover this video. But in the suggestion of covering it, I got a bit confused when he suggested that we don't critique Witsit because he's sick of doing it. Now, obviously, with it being a video that contains Witsit in it, that's going to possibly prove a bit difficult. We'll see how we get on. But nevertheless, there's been a bit of a theme, certainly on Quantum Eraser's channel, and has certainly spilled over to this channel on various different occasions, in terms of the bullshittery that is Ethereanism, or the belief in ether. And we've been exposing that based at its core protagonist, in this case, Witsit. So with that in mind, we may or may not get deep into Witsit territory today, but it is a video on Witsit. So, like I say, Mush, do you want to echo the sentiment that I've just explained to the audience in regards to Witsit and maybe
Sure,
not
man.
covering him?
I didn't hear any mention of the ether in the Witsit's 2-minute intro, but he also didn't say anything about measurements or how and why the Earth is flat and how and why we know it. He was talking about whatever. I just suggest that we skip the Witsit and we go straight to the Global Believer, who still he's hung on a 2015 arguments, pictures from space and whatnot. And John Refractor Curvature was rightfully excited. I think everybody should be, because there's going to be a lot of gems to unpack. So Nathan, please take the floor, man.
Yeah, exactly. I'm going to introduce it to the audience when I changed my stream from being members only, as I did it last night. What a weird coincidence. So yesterday I set up a members only stream after we'd finished the live stream, because there'd been a Windows update and it had changed some of the settings in OBS. So I wanted to change them back and just test to make sure they worked okay, right? And in doing so, when I first went live to members as set up members only, there's a whole bunch of people in there that aren't members. I'm looking at it going, what's going on? This is really weird. This members only stream has got members of the public in it. Today, because I'm reusing yesterday's settings for the most previous live stream, which was members only. Oops, why has it gone to private now? That's weird. Public. Now it's giving me the runaround. Oh, well, let's just do that. Okay, so today it's picked up on the fact that yesterday's stream was members only, as I set it, and then today's live stream has initially gone out to members only by accident. It's just weird that when I actually scheduled it to be members, initially at least, I think it might be something that YouTube are trialing or something along those lines, where members only streams initially go out to people that they might think might want to be members and would enjoy a member stream. They go, hey, I'll have a look at this, even though it's been set to members only, which, like I say, was weird, but that was just the way it went yesterday. But as a consequence, it means that this live stream's now been set out without any schedule because it was scheduled for members only. So if we get a really poor audience now, Mush, that'll be why. It's my bad for not checking that it was set to public when I first scheduled today's stream. Anyway, we are now going out to the public. Let's just double check that. Yes, we are. So hopefully we'll build up an audience. Please share the show. None of you have heard my live call to action, unless you happen to be one of the 7 members watching, as I've accidentally scheduled this incorrectly. But now we're actually going out to the live audience that we should have been going to originally. We'll get back on with what we were going to be covering, which is a video about Witsit and his debate on TJ Ump, whatever he's called. In any event, we'll share his link so you can do the YouTube stuff that I normally call to action with respect to, which is let him know at Nathan Oakley 1980 sent me with a polite comment that doesn't immediately get eradicated by the YouTube algorithm. and just basically lets him know exactly that we're covering his video. If he were to make a response, hopefully put a link to my video. Is my live stream chat not quite working correctly? Don't see Divergent Droid's message in there. Okay, I'm having some issues, it seems. Let's just refresh this and see what happens. Yeah, it isn't working correctly. There are people in there chatting and it doesn't seem to be appearing. Okay, right, let's just solve that problem first and foremost. I do actually want to be able to thank people if they send me super chats and such like. So, Mush, I know I've already said this once, but can you explain why when you were asking me to cover this video, you didn't want us to dwell on the Witsit bits?
So, like I said, I didn't listen to the video, but let's just hope this is one of those. Let's just hope these are the biggest platforms in the world that Witsit was talking about, where he's going to be representing Flat Earth. So hopefully he's representing Flat Earth and not Ether. And I just wanted us to cover the Glober, man, because the arguments and the stuff that's coming out of his mouth is just worth for this show, man.
Right, cool. Well, I've got all the chat working now, so you can probably see, hopefully on screen. Yes, you can. There's a link to this particular videographer's channel, so please let him know with a polite comment at Nathan Oakley 1980 sent me, and hopefully, like I say, do the same for us. And you can actually see that link going by, so you can see I'm not just pretending to share the love that we definitely don't receive from YouTube. It's right there on screen. So I'm not saying that, even though there's a very limited audience with me scheduling the show incorrectly to members only. If you are one of the 30 people watching, please go and click on that link and let this videographer know that we sent you along. In the meantime, we're starting 9 minutes in because we don't want the preamble, and Mush has already pre-vetted this. I'm cold to this, but has anybody else actually watched this? No? Okay, well, the name of the video is Dumpster Fire Flat Earth Debate, Witsit Gets It versus T Jump. That's the name of the video. If you wanted to look it up and you're only happening to listen to this as opposed to watch it. I think that's probably given enough time for the limited audience that we currently have to go and actually leave a comment. Should we get into it? Mush, you ready? I'm going to be leaning in on you to give some comment on this, you realise? Yes, Nathan.
Yes, Nathan. Yes, Nathan. I was born ready. Let's get on with it.
You were born ready. That's one extreme to the other, I guess.
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know, man. Like, but whatever. Yeah, you just do your thing, bro, and we'll see what happens. How about that?
Okie dokie. Let's get into it.
Quick notification, folks, that I've put the links of the speakers in the description for you. In case you're listening and you want to hear more, they're right there for you. So, Tom, the floor is all yours. Thanks as well.
Yeah, thanks for having me. So, yeah, we know the Earth is a globe and not flat because we can see it. We can literally just fly up in space and see it.
Oh yeah, man. We
Did he
all
just
know it.
appeal to
We can all fly to
Hold
space.
on, Mush is leading you. Hold on, John. Don't be too keen. I know
That's
you're
all
filling
right,
the
man.
gap. He'll get into his stride. I promise. Go on, Mush.
Come on, guys. We all know it, man. We can all fly up to space and we can see the globe. Well, like, close the shop, man. Let's all go home. That's it. Earth is a globe.
Yeah, I mean, he's not wrong. In the same way, we've all been to Narnia. We've all been through the wardrobe. We've all grabbed one of those fur coats, haven't we? We do it regularly. We are all participating in the journey through the wardrobe to Narnia. My bad, none of us have ever done that ever. And further to that, the people who claim that they've been up in a sky vacuum in violation of natural law are liars automatically.
Did you notice that Mush said fly out? And
He
that
did.
guy said fly up.
I didn't
There's a
catch him
difference
saying
in
up, but I
language.
caught Mush saying it correctly for them. Did he say up?
Oh, did I help him? Did I help him out?
Not at all.
Oops, my bad.
No, not at all.
Yeah, he shouldn't have said you can just fly up and see it. He doesn't believe in up. Why is he using the word up? You know?
Yeah, don't use words that only can be described with respect to a horizontal plane of reference. On a ball that you fantasize based on flat Earth measurements that are creating a ball mathematically, you only have out, not up. Stop using our flat Earth terms to claim that you're gonna see a ball from a sky vacuum because everyone's always doing it. What a crock of crap.
We've put satellites in the air and we can see it. We can use telescopes to see the International Space Station and other satellites we've put into the atmosphere.
Okay, 3 problems. 1, you're observing lights in the sky. Well, that's got nothing to do with the ground unless you're actually tracking their positions with respect to where their zenith is, their ground positions, because that's useful. Beyond that, you don't know what those lights are. Now, you said the International Space Station, but we know they're faking the International Space Station because it's claimed in their narrative to be the stage show they present taking place in Narnia. Sky Vacuum. So their narrative has the ISS with men in high wire suits twirling and dancing around in what they claim to be 0G in a sky vacuum in a motion called orbital. Now, that motion that the ISS is claimed to be in is a derivative of heliocentric mathematics that has come to fruition by way of measuring Earth flat. So to suggest this reification violates the initial measurement that gives you this mathematics of orbital motion to put a stage show in front of the audience that we are and pretend they're falling around a sphere Earth that's only in existence in maths, and those maths are based on measurements of Earth flat. Go ahead, whoever it was, off mute.
He also said atmosphere. Say
Yes.
what? An oxymoron? Sphere shaped air?
Yeah, we don't have sphere-shaped air. Absolutely correct. Air takes the shape of whatever containment it has. Pressure is the force exerted on the walls of that containment. You can only achieve it if you have containment. Did you want to add something, Steve? Steve? Or is it you, Truth? I could have swore I saw one of you flashing. Truth acknowledged. Did you want to add something? No, clearly not.
And we
I
can
think he was
just
hot mic.
literally
I
just
would.
calculate the magnification of the telescope.
Go ahead.
I would like to point out that if you're going to invoke a pressure differential, and that's what they're doing when they say atmosphere, is invoking a pressure differential. That's 2 points are required on a Cartesian plane, or with respect to a Cartesian plane, to describe it. So you can't appeal to a pressure differential on Earth. You can't if you believe you live on a sphere.
I like this. That's a new way you phrased it. Have you spent some time pondering this so that it is forced into being a flat Earth proof? Because previously, you and I have been criticised for the previous way that was phrased. That's a new way of phrasing it, John, isn't it?
Yeah, because them claiming there's an area that gas isn't filling is one thing. But what they claim is a proof of that is my problem. You don't get to say dogs don't exist and then hold up a chihuahua to make your point.
So they're appealing to Delta X to suggest they can have a sky vacuum to have a globe Earth in. Now, obviously, just previously, I've appealed to the fact that that mathematical reification of a globe Earth comes to fruition with flat Earth measurements. However, you're suggesting that when they divert your attention to a gas pressure gradient, then it's the difference between 1 point given in an altitude and another point given in an altitude, even if it's 0. And it's the difference between these 2 points. But each of the 2 points, as you just described it, are only and can only be described with respect to a Cartesian grid.
Yes, you require the plane of reference to describe it.
So don't be claiming gas pressure gradients unless you'll accept that Earth will be measured flat to describe them. This is getting more refined.
Basically,
So that how can you have gas pressure without a container argument takes their non sequitur red herring appeal to Delta X, that is gas pressure gradients, and turns it into a flat Earth proof on the spot. Very good. I like it a lot. Let's move on.
Telescopes and the size of the object we're looking at to know how far away it is, so we can see that they're.
No, you don't get that information from looking at lights through telescopes. That's absurd. You get an angular size only. That's not an actual size. You don't get actual sizes. Again, you have to derive that by measuring Earth flat, calculating sphericity based on minimum elevation angles to Polaris. Equatorial planes are then inferred for orbital motion around the Sun, with you in the centre of the globe Earth. So for you to suggest that that system, when extrapolated out with Huygens' assumption that Venus has the same sphericity as Earth with a minimum Polaris measurement, means that we are actually capable of measuring the distances just by looking at them, as you suggested, is utterly absurd, both in rhetorical nature of heliocentrism and their claimed distances, and indeed your statement in the first instance, which is we look at them and no, we only get an angular size, and that's not actual size. Apparent size.
They're exactly how far away they are said to
Nope.
be, and the exact size that they're said to be.
Nope. Dumb. Pay attention. Not actual size. Meanwhile, I've just rattled off and debunked the heliocentric extrapolation of Huygens and Kepler, and utilised the flat plane of reference that is absolutely required in that system. Earth must be flat for your inference that you've reified of heliocentric motion. Earth must be flat for that motion to exist to extrapolate out R-based Venus assumptions derived from flat plane angle measurements to Polaris. You need a flat Earth for these distances, my friend. Don't appeal to heliocentric utilization of R-value extrapolations when saying that you can look at stars and get their flipping distance. No, you cannot. Hey, Brian. How's it going?
Hey, John. Not too bad. Is this somebody claiming that they can measure the distance to the sun?
He's just claiming it by pure fiat. He's saying you look at it and you know the distances. That's what he's saying. It's just thick.
Wow.
Well, he
so
said you can
stupid.
calculate the magnification of a telescope to figure out how far the stars are.
Nah, it's total nonsense. I mean, Huygens had to give Venus a size equal to the globe Earth he pre-assumed he stood on to even start extrapolating any size to the sun within that paradigm. So they had to make up a size to something, and they had to make up a composite, basically a geometry and a size to something after they made up a geometry to the Earth and a size to it, to try and give the sun some semblance of size in miles via diameter. It's such a load of rubbish. You know,
Well, Brian,
if you have to
maybe
make
Huygens
stuff
didn't
up,
know. Maybe Huygens didn't know how to calculate the magnification of a telescope. That's why he had to assume.
You're right, Mush, but
This guy knows.
Brian's focusing on the ignorance of the person making the claim in the first instance, as opposed to what Huygens is doing. He's using the example to cross-reference that Brian does actually know what he's talking about if he was to make this extrapolation on their behalf. This guy's just dumb. He doesn't know any of this, and that's kind of Brian's point, right? It's pure ignorance.
But yeah, I mean, if you look into it, they try and add as much fluff to the situation as possible, make it seem like something actually happened. But the brass tacks of it, when you get down to you take away all the fluff, what they did is they made up a size to Venus, and Huygens decided that Venus was the same size as the globe Earth he pre-assumed he stood upon, and that's what allowed them to start using trigonometry to gain a size and to a mock size, an unreal size to the sun within their paradigm. So, you know what I mean? And then when they got the size, they determined it was so far away based off its angular size for that size of a diameter. Do you know what I mean? I could do exactly the same thing as them, exactly the same thing, and it would hold the same amount of weight as them by just giving Venus a different size. I could make Venus half the size, and then the size and distance to the sun would change, and what I would do would be exactly the same, as in it would hold the same amount of validity as what they do.
Precisely.
And so we can know that they can take pictures and just a camera, essentially. And so without some kind of crazy conspiracy theory, we can just see the pictures of the Earth being round, not a problem.
So it's gone from you're traveling to space to you can see the pictures of the Earth being round. Well, first and foremost, round and flat aren't mutually exclusive. You can be round and flat like a penny. Secondly, you can't take into account a picture that you think is a photograph that has come from Narnia, if I show you a picture of Aslan, and you say, oh, well, yeah, that's perfectly acceptable, when I'm claiming it's come from a place that doesn't exist, by comparison, your sky vacuum, the pictures you're appealing to, come from a place that isn't real. There is no sky vacuum. The idea that we've got a 10 to the minus 17 Tor sky vacuum above our head is utterly absurd. We'd have no gas to breathe. The gas we're breathing would fill that space, if space was real, to take your pictures from. Go ahead, John.
I was going to say, if you want to give, like, round versus flat is incorrect. Sphere versus flat is incorrect. One's a shape, one's an aspect. If you wanted to compare it, it would be curved versus flat. That's what they should be arguing. Is the Earth curved or is it flat? Not arguing over shape.
But the sphericity in terms of shape comes from flat Earth measurements. They are the genesis of the reification of a sphere Earth to be standing in when describing the extrapolation he's leaning on. He doesn't know he's leaning on it and hasn't explained it. We have. But when he talks about scaled values for distances based on looking at lights in the sky, for heliocentrism, that is Huygens and Kepler. Go ahead, John.
That was me. Did he say photo or pictures?
I think he said picture. Do you want to hear it again?
Don't
And so
He said
we
pictures.
can know that they can take pictures and just.
Well, look, it comes down to photo or painting, doesn't it?
No, it did in 2015. Now it doesn't. It's like, it has to be fake. It cannot be a photograph. I don't care if it's a painting or not.
Yeah, but the point being is that what the point I'm trying to make is what he doesn't understand is that what he would call the blue marble is just a photograph of a painting. That's all it can be.
Maybe.
It can't be at nets.
Okay, I'll agree with you, so I can move on to just make it slightly a different point. Yes, it very well is the case that, is it Collins? I can never remember which one of the photorealistic artists was. Was it
Both
Collins?
of them, there was Alan Bean and Michael Collins, were both
Bean,
photorealistic
the one that did the one.
painters.
The blue marble
Alan
done by
Bean
Bean.
and Michael Collins.
Yeah, but Alan Bean's the one that did the blue marble that we're all familiar with, right?
Yeah, Michael Collins did other ones, but Alan Bean
He did
that one,
moons. Collins did moons, didn't he?
Yeah, I think Collins was more to do with the paintings of them, but I think he had something to do. Look, the both of them were doing. It was Alan Bean is who you would give the blue marble to.
Absolutely.
But Collins.
Well, I've seen pictures of
Collins wasn't involved.
I've seen a picture of Collins next to an absolutely enormous moon picture with him literally being the artist of it. You can only assume because he's sat in a position like he's painting it, but he's on a dolly rail. You know what you'd use to film stuff?
Yes.
Have you seen that picture?
I know what you're talking about, Jeff.
Right, so you can only ascribe certain, through pure inference, that some of them are ascribed. That isn't my point. I'll just get away from that. I've agreed with you and bolstered your point a little bit. So anyway, my point is, once you know the area that let's call it a photograph, has come from, isn't real, it stops mattering whether or not it's a photograph anymore. So let's say I give you what is absolutely, without a shadow of a doubt, a photograph. It's on print, it's come from a film, it's been developed, I've got the guy who developed it and took the bleeding picture with me when I hand it to you. It's definitely a photograph of Aslan in Narnia. Does it matter whether or not it's a photograph at this point? When I'm telling you, that's Aslan, a talking lion. This photo was taken in Narnia. Does it matter about what the format I hand you this information is in?
Well, I would say that, maybe I would be incorrect to say this, but I would say it is a photograph. It's just not taken from heliocentric outer space because that place doesn't exist, which is basically the same thing as you're saying.
Yeah, I'm saying, okay, if we get into the wrangle-dangle of photo or painting, and our opponent says it is absolutely a photograph, okay, I give it you. It's definitely a photograph. It went through a lens onto some film and was developed. Okay. But the place that this photo is claimed to have been taken isn't real. Don't care if it's a photo. It's claimed to be from Narnia. No one went through a wardrobe to take this picture. No one went up to a sky vacuum to take a picture. Because there isn't a sky vacuum to take pictures from. Whether or not people are taking pictures, I know they do. But I know that the ones they're presenting with the narrative of it being from a sky vacuum isn't real. Automatically fake.
Yep.
It's just a camera, essentially.
And that's the real power
without some kind of
the,
crazy conspiracy.
Carry on.
That's the real power of the gas pressure without a container question we ask. Knowing that means that what you don't know will never contradict what you do know. You know gas pressure requires a containment. Therefore, every claim to have happened in a place that gas isn't filling is ipso facto a lie.
Precisely. You can undermine every single claim. And that's the reason I wanted to cover Eric Debay yesterday, because there's loads of stuff that he's covering, right or wrong, that we simply don't get into. But for the average Joe, in the mind's eye of your average audience member who's neither in or there about the subject, might have stumbled across it, been recommended by a friend. Please share the show, by the way. I accidentally scheduled the show for members only and then changed it at the last minute after going live, which is never good. Anyway, please share the show. But, yeah, let's just get back into the video, I suggest.
Conspiracy theory, we can just see the pictures of the Earth being round, not a problem. There's also lots of things you can do on Earth to demonstrate that the Earth is a globe and not flat. Like one is you can make a big ass pendulum, and you place it in the northern hemisphere, and it'll like and start it moving. It'll start to rotate to the right or to the clockwise. And if you put it in the southern hemisphere and do the same thing, it'll rotate counterclockwise. And if you put it on the
I just wanted to get his full Coriolis understanding in full. Can I just get the full?
Okay, I'll go back in this.
Equator and do the same thing, it won't rotate either way. It'll just go back and forth the entire time. Now, if you
okay, carry on.
Well, he said, when you put it in the northern hemisphere, which is back in the question, and start it moving. If the Earth is rotating, why would you need to start it moving?
Well, furthermore, if I take what he says, based on the context that he gave it, what he actually said was the pendulum will start moving one way. In other words, there's a deviation in the pendulum. Well, that's incorrect. So based on the way he's phrased it, now he might, if I was to quiz him, and he's not here to do so, I can only take what he said as read. I know I'm not reading it, but you know what I mean. What he said infers that the pendulum will drift. Pendulums don't drift. The whole principle of a pendulum is that it only does one thing. It goes forward and backwards, and that is it. The suggestion that a pendulum drifts is absurd. It's the same when people say it about gyros. Like, when you tell me a gyro drifts, you don't understand what a gyro is. When you tell me a pendulum drifts, it tells me instantly that you don't know what a pendulum is. Because pendulums do not drift, gyroscopes do not drift. If they do, they're broken. Because the inherent principle of a pendulum is that it takes that back and forth motion only. Now, we may, depending on what he says next, I'm nearly done. We may, depending on what he says next, get into an undoing of a claim to be second reference frame of Earth turning underneath pendulums to give the claimed appearance of drift at a rate of 15 degrees an hour, as Earth is suggested by globe-believing numpties who don't understand how pendulums work to be turning underneath the pendulum that absolutely unequivocally, even in globe rhetoric, only moves back and forth. Obviously, that claim would necessitate Earth turning underneath pendulums, but we'll get to that if we need to, depending on his understanding. So far, it's woeful. Go ahead, whoever that was.
Yeah, I just wanted to point out that he's describing motion in a Cartesian plane with back and forth.
I love it. Love it.
Well, how does he get a Cartesian plane?
You
He thinks he
don't.
lives on a curve.
You don't. You can't have this plane of reference to describe the pendulum or gyroscopic motion with respect to
Well, more to the point, he'd have to, well, maybe not more to the point, but equally, he'd have to refer to, which he probably is referring to, Newton's laws of motion, which require an inertial plane of reference.
Yeah, I mean, we may cover this depending on what he says next. We'll see. He may have just dropped in these claims as baseless assertions that are incorrect about pendulum motion. We'll see.
If you try to replicate this on just like a piece of cardboard, you're going to have some problems. Like, how are you going to get one of the pendulums on one side to rotate one way with the other one rotating the other way, and the one in the center going straight?
Pendulums don't rotate at all. Is he babbling about? Did he just say you'll get a pendulum to rotate? Hello?
What he said is that you won't be able to, basically what he said, if I want to be actually correct about what he said, you won't be able to do this on a piece of cardboard, or you're going to need a globe out, basically, is what he said, without realizing that's what he said.
You need a globe earth to get a pendulum to rotate.
Yeah, because you need an unnatural situation to create an unnatural effect.
No.
Like pendulums don't do that in reality.
No. You're adding things that he hasn't said. When you say pendulum, that means something. When you say pendulum rotate, that means you're an idiot and you don't understand what a pendulum is.
Yeah, but you have to understand that when he's speaking about this, he's pre-assuming that he's on a globe earth and that this thing will happen when he places it at different places on a rotating globe.
What he thinks will happen will not. No. I'll keep do. I'll do all day with you, Brian. No worries. I know you're too much empathy, my friend. No. Pendulum rotation. No, these things aren't in the same category because this isn't what pendulums do under any circumstances, globe earth or otherwise. Pendulums do not rotate under any circumstances. If they do, it's not a pendulum.
Right, I would have to say, make a point here. This is a point I've been trying to make, and don't take this the wrong way, but for many years. Within his paradigm, incredible stuff can happen because his paradigm is an incredible place that only exists within fantasy. But he doesn't seem to realize this. So within his paradigm, pendulums can do that, just like pendulums can point upwards in Narnia. It doesn't matter because that's his paradigm.
Hold on.
In reality,
no. I'm going to stop you again. I'm going to stop you again. Please. No. Are you talking about him in his dipshit, idiot, ignorant world where he doesn't understand what a pendulum is, or are you talking about globe earth rhetoric? Just let me caveat. If you're talking about in his rhetoric, as you said, then no. Even in his rhetoric, pendulums do not do that. They don't do that in any rhetoric because they don't do that. Even in his globe rhetoric. In his globe rhetoric, the pendulum goes straight and the claim is Earth turns underneath with you standing on it, giving the appearance of a deflection at 15 degrees an hour. That apparent deflection is it looking like it's drifting because you are turning underneath the straight motion of the pendulum. So even in their rhetoric, the pendulum is still moving straight. Now, Earth does not turn underneath pendulums. That's stupid. But that's what they claim. But it still has a pendulum moving straight, Brian.
Yes, Nathan. You are absolutely correct. If you want to state the claim correctly, the pendulum is only going forward and back, and it's the Earth that's rotating underneath, which is complete nonsense. The point I'm making is that he, right, is so far within this into his paradigm that he is putting himself in his imagination, standing on a surface that is rotating, but he's seeing the pendulum appear to rotate, and then he's describing that as rotating.
Okay, fine. He's an idiot. Yes, he's an idiot. He doesn't understand his own rhetoric then. If he thinks that in his world of balls moving, right, We can suggest, well, wouldn't anything that you dangle automatically just start moving anyway? But that's got nothing to do with Coriolis deflection, which is what he's appealing to. He's appealing to a second reference frame turning underneath for apparent deflection. But in his verbalization of that claim he doesn't understand, he's got pendulums rotating, which just means he's an idiot.
Absolutely.
Straight, it doesn't make any sense, because if you try to move the cardboard in a uniform way, if it was flat, then they're all going to rotate in the exact same direction, and that's kind of a problem for the flat Earth model.
If what
It's pretty
was
easy
flat.
to make.
The cardboard in his stupid example.
He said if it was flat. So the motion you're describing from a flat plane, if it were flat, no, not if, my friend. Why are you using the word if?
Yeah. So he's saying, if I describe, he's not though, because he's thick and doesn't know where his claim is in the globe Earth rhetoric about second reference frame turning underneath, things like a straight motion of a pendulum. That's two reference frames, both flat. You need a flat plane to describe two reference frames.
It's worse than that, actually, to be quite honest with you. What he's actually stating is, how do you get pendulums to rotate on your flat Earth?
They don't.
That's actually what he's asking.
You see, if it, I'd love it if he was in front of us. So, you know, I'd drag him out to the point where he's making that claim to me. So, do you explain why pendulums rotate? And I'd really belittle him to his face, metaphorically speaking or otherwise, online. So, you think pendulums rotate, do you, dum-dum? They don't. Under any circumstances, you're stupid.
To make sense on the globe Earth model, because, well, one's on the top of the Earth, one's on the bottom, and one's in the center, so it makes.
That's begging the question, isn't it? So you assume that the reification of the flat Earth extrapolation that is globe Earth mathematics puts you on the top of a hemisphere? No, you're begging the question there, my friend. To make sense of a pendulum that's rotating? This is really stupid.
Makes perfect sense.
Yeah,
This
he's describing something with respect to a flat plane when he says on top, in the middle, and on the bottom. Yeah, you're still describing those positions with respect to a flat plane, but you're definitely not standing on them because you're describing an object in reality. You're not describing where we are at that point.
Yeah, what he's describing is him standing on the face of a flat disk, then on the edge of that flat disk, then on the opposite face of that flat disk.
Yeah, to have it. Well, sort of. You're only ever describing it with respect to the inertial or non-inertial plane of reference.
I don't know how Newton's laws of motion are going to work with this pendulum of his. This rotating pendulum.
Also, these rotations of these pendulums also match the rotations of the
But these rotations of these pendulums, dum-dum,
stars. Coincidentally, if we look up,
in your mind, pendulums rotate at the rate of the stars. No, mate, you're thick as shit. That is the dumbest thing I've ever heard.
He's supposed to be saying that the pendulum swings forward and back, and the Earth rotates at a sidereal rate in accordance with how we perceive the stars.
How did we measure that? Like the sidereal day, the sidereal rate, as you described it. How's that measured, Brian?
How do we measure it with elevation angles, the horizontal coordinate system, throughout almost 24-hour day.
I need a flat plane to measure this then.
Yeah, it's all flat plane. You can't do it without a flat plane.
the hemisphere, it rotates clockwise, and look down on the southern hemisphere, it rotates counterclockwise, and it rotates.
Oh, really? Do you think your globe that's describing the motion of the lights in the sky has opposite directions, do you, dum-dum? Clockwise and anti-clockwise? What? All the stars, with the exception of Polaris, rise in the east and set in the west. That's it. There's no clockwise and anti-clockwise. They're not moving in different directions. That's idiotic. There's a man who's never travelled, ever, isn't it? There's a man who's clearly never looked at the sky, ever. You know what you've done?
He looks.
Oh, go on, Brian, you go.
No, you go. We're probably going to make the same statement.
About turning around.
Well, what I was going to say is he gets his worldview from moving diagrams online. Do you know what I mean? That's where he gets his worldview. He's told by a diagram made by someone who has the same belief as him that this is where you are and this will happen when you're on this side of a globe or on that side of a globe, and this is what will happen, and this will be clockwise and that will be anti-clockwise, and they're two different directions. So every part of his argument is, now I know everyone's fully aware of starting in heliocentrism, starting on a globe, a rotating globe, but everything he does when he's talking about this subject, everything involves him being within a paradigm that has nothing to do with reality. Do you know what I mean? And even at that, he can't describe it correctly, because when he says the pendulum is rotating, for instance, he's actually stating that the pendulum is what's rotating and not the surface underneath him. Because in reality, he knows the surface is not rotating. He knows, like he
don't describe that.
You know?
No.
But that's why they describe it that way, Nathan.
Just Dunning-Kruger globism, right?
You can't. Yeah, but
globe
reality.
believers...
Hang on. No, I'm not having you do that. No. I know what's going on in his mind. I don't need to be a mind reader, right? I know what's going on in his mind. He is trying to, when he says the pendulum is rotating, what's going on with him there is a cognitive issue, where he is taking reality and trying to place it into his paradigm. And when he does that, the closest he can get to his paradigm is a rotating pendulum. You understand? That means that the surface he's on is not rotating, because he knows that the surface he's on, he knows it's not.
No, not at all. Let me just disagree and tell you what's actually happening if I'm going to read his mind. If you can do it, I can do it. Fine. To counter that, pure speculation and bollocks, I'm going to do the same and say no. What he's actually done is had a surface scratch of what is claimed the globe should do. And upon reading words like apparent deflection, he's paid attention to the latter and not the former. Apparent has been ignored. Deflection of pendulum has sunk in. And then when he regurgitates that shit, it's misinterpretation of the actual claim that he hasn't understood fully when he's read it on Wiki. So when he peddles that because he's read it, knows the globe will produce a rotating pendulum, he thinks he's being smart. Pure Dunning-Kruger.
Yeah, but I can guarantee you, in his head, he's trying to fit what he knows to be real with the paradigm he's trying to describe as reality.
Okay, I'll have a bet with you.
I'll
have a bet that's not based on our speculation. I bet you £1, one English pound, none of your crappy euros, English pound, that if you were to ask him which frame of reference is the ground, you could even give him both options. Is the ground the inertial or non-inertial frame of reference? Question mark. If you went to this guy and asked him that question, I would bet £1 he would get it wrong, demonstrating admirably that he simply doesn't understand the effect within his own globe Earth rhetoric. Because if he did, he would absolutely, without question, have used the word apparent at some stage. He didn't, so I know from plenty of experience that he's just ignorant. This is just Dunning-Kruger. Not he appreciates that Earth should be turning underneath, but that don't make no sense, so cognitively he's got to defy that in cognitive dissonance. No. You're ascribing too much credit to this dumbass, Brian.
What I'm stating, Nathan, is that what's going on with him and how he's describing things is it's coming from a place of his subconscious telling him you're not on anything that's moving. So when he goes to describe the pendulum, he's describing the pendulum as rotating, because it's like a cognitive problem. It's like a malfunction where he can't describe the Earth as rotating underneath the pendulum, because that would involve an acceleration which he would feel, and he knows instinctively he would recognize that acceleration.
Would everyone agree that Brian has ascribed too much intellect to this guy? Because he's suggesting that he's not only understood and comprehended the two separate reference frames and the effects that you would feel.
I'm not stating he's comprehended anything. I'm talking about when he's trying to describe the globe Earth paradigm, he's inserting parts of reality into it unconsciously because he can't not. It's like
he's just misread. He's just not taken on board the word apparent.
I have no doubt that he probably can't understand or maybe detail it correctly anyway. But the point I'm making is that I look, you have 9, almost 10 years of experience with these people. I have too. And from my experience, what I find with them is they start describing reality and inserting reality into their paradigm in a way of kind of nearly hijacking reality sometimes, but sometimes it's purely subconscious. It's like when they talk about elevation angles without realizing it's a flat, they're detailing a flat plane. You know, they'll measure something with an elevation angle, and the baseline of that elevation angle could be hundreds of thousands of miles or thousands of miles in length, and it's a horizontal measurement, and they'll go, see, it's a globe, not realizing that what they've just done is referenced reality. Well, I'm not going to hold the show, right? Let's not do that. Right?
No, it's fine. You're perfectly entitled to your belief in this regard, because we are just discussing speculatively what we think this guy's motivation is mentally when he comes to these incorrect conclusions about rotating pendulums. But ultimately, I do stand by what I stand on. I'm not going to say you're wrong, because we don't know either way. But I would suggest it's merely a misinterpretation or just purely reading past the apparent nature of a deflection that doesn't occur. If Earth was rotating underneath this pendulum, then as you're rotating, you'd see it look like it's curving. Now, in the Foucault pendulum, they have it in shopping malls with dominoes that are attached to the ground, unlike the pendulum. Now, in their rhetoric, the pendulum swings back and forth, and you rotate underneath with the dominoes. So as you and the dominoes rotate into the straight path of the pendulum. That's their claim. Second reference frame forces the dominoes into the path of something that's moving straight. Yeah? But that means you're rotating underneath. That's a good, honest rendition of their actual claim that unequivocally does not happen. Nothing's rotating underneath anything. It's utter garbage. We do not observe this effect ever. If we did, flight times would be massively reduced as Earth turned underneath them. So we don't observe this effect. But a comprehension of what is actually described took me several years, and this wiki regurgitating clown doesn't understand the nature of an apparent deflection when glancing over it in wiki, in my opinion. He's glanced over it and seen the word deflection and understands what it means, and then had a rate given to him that's akin to something spinning. So when he describes it back incorrectly, he hasn't reiterated the comprehension I would expect from someone who appreciates that there's two reference frames to induce an effect that only appears to cause something to, as he put it, rotate. It's not a rotation, it's a deflection. But nevertheless, he's wrong even in his wrongness. We can't help that. He's dumb. But Brian, I will slightly belittle in the respect that well, it's kind of a compliment. Brian's got a little bit more empathy than I, and wants to ascribe him comprehending the awful truth that would mean Earth would turn underneath, and reascribing an effect to the pendulum in this instance to get around that fact that Earth would be turning underneath in his paradigm. I don't ascribe him such intellect. I just don't think he's understood it when he read it on Wiki.
I'm not trying to ascribe him intellect. I think you're mixing me up there, mixing up what I'm trying to say. What I'm saying is that it's a cognitive subconscious thing where he's trying to describe a situation that is outside of reality, and the only way he can describe it, whether he realizes it or not, right? So it doesn't matter to me whether he's smart or stupid or in between. It makes no difference to what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that from my point of view, what I'm hearing is somebody not able to describe the paradigm that he's trying to describe because he can't let go of reality subconsciously.
Okay.
Do you know what I mean?
Well,
So
I'll have to. Well,
I'm
in
not
that
saying
regard,
that he's not. I'm not saying
got
he
it. I got it.
understands what he's
No,
trying
I got
to
it.
do. I'm
I
not
got
saying
it.
that.
I
Go
got
on,
it.
let it go.
Well, I was going to say we just have to agree to disagree on what his cognitive motivation might be. You know, we don't know, and we've both got very differing opinions on this, and that's fine.
Rotate, and on the equator, it just rotates straight. Just stars just go all the way across the sky, just like the sun does, essentially. So all of those.
They talked about something rotating straight, and then described the motion of the stars. So the stars have a motion, but Earth's rotating straight. That's kind of like we've just laboured over a significant period of time in regards to having two reference frames, for one to cause the other in your claim that is unproven and would have the consequence of flight times being reduced when travelling west.
Things match on the globe Earth model, which make absolutely no sense on the flat Earth model.
No, this makes no sense. What you've just described makes no sense, because if your claim, if you understood it, which you don't, was to be believed, then Earth's turning underneath as a second reference frame.
Well, apparently, the sky is rotating in different directions depending on.
How he uses the word apparently. Go ahead, Brian.
Let me just state. So I'm going to give you a little bit of kudos or a little bit of acknowledgement. There's two things that I've noticed in these 9 years with these people. Two things have become very clear. Number one, they don't understand the paradigm they are fighting for and
Amen.
defending. Right, absolutely. I would say over 99% of them don't actually understand the paradigm. And when you try and tell them about their own paradigm, they don't want to hear it. They want to argue with you, right? But secondly, I have constantly noticed them adding in, it's like with surveyors where they add in a curve after they've measured the place based off a flat plane. Do you know what I mean? It's this cognitive thing. It's like, it's this cognitive thing where they can't escape reality, but they want to live in a paradigm that's outside of it. That's kind of the point I'm making. And I've noticed both things with these people. So does this guy know what he's talking about? No. I know from what he's saying, he can't describe it. Or even if he was removing reality, he's not able to describe it right because he doesn't understand it right. But I also think that he doesn't realize that subconsciously he cognitively can't let go of reality. Reality is like your safe space. You know what I mean? You don't want to let go of it. Anyway, I'm not going to hold up the show, but yeah, I 100% agree with you.
Well, plus based on what he's just said, right? Because he's just described the word apparent motion when describing the stars after giving this example of the straight rotation at the equator. Okay, he's mixing up his words again because he's a wiki regurgitator. But regardless, he now demonstrates he does have a comprehension of how this was laid out to him in wiki or wherever he's got it from, with the apparent deflection of the stars, because he just used the word. Therefore, he does have a comprehension of the apparent deflection that's described with respect to a second reference frame if the stars are being used, but he doesn't understand how that is exactly the same example when you're using a pendulum that does not rotate. We're supposed to have an apparent deflection because we're rotating underneath the pendulum. Like he's just stated, there's an apparent deflection of the stars because, according to his rhetoric, we're rotating under the stars. What, like we're supposed to be rotating under a pendulum? But he thinks they rotate, the pendulums, that is, as he described them incorrectly. So again, it's back to, this is Dunning-Kruger. Pure ignorance, doesn't fully understand the effect, or he'd juxtapose the apparent deflection of the stars at a rate of 15 degrees an hour with the apparent deflection of the pendulum. But he hasn't described apparent deflection of pendulums, he said they rotate, making him a dumbass that doesn't understand his own stupid religion. But yeah, thank you for agreeing with me, because here it is, right, black and white before your very eyes. He's not so dumb that he doesn't understand the word apparent, he just used it in context correctly. Obviously within his own paradigm of Earth turning underneath the stars. But it means he does have a vague comprehension. He's not so dumb that he doesn't understand the word when he first read it. But that leans into Brian's example, because when he read it for the pendulum, he didn't take it on board. But it's exactly the same contextually, but one's got blocked out when he read it on Wiki, and the other's just been reaffirmed to an audience accurately. So that kind of leans on Brian's point. This guy has cognitively separated himself from the awful reality of Earth turning underneath the stars, giving apparent deflection as he just detailed, with the apparent deflection of pendulums. So it's 6 of one and half a dozen of the other. We're both right, Brian.
where you want to.
You know what, Nathan?
Yes.
Yeah, just very quickly. You know what? There's something goes on in the minds of the people we deal with, and it's like they're terrified of reality, right? They cling to this heliocentric globe paradigm, but they're also terrified of that paradigm being true. So they will cling to reality. It's like they're grabbing a bar, like a railing, and then jump into this other railing, then holding both railings at the same time. Do you know what I mean? It's like they're terrified of both positions, because one position means the other position is not true. And I think that's a kind of a thing goes on in their head.
Yeah, exactly.
Anyway,
well, I can only agree with you now because we've just had the example of it when he did demonstrate cognitive understanding with respect to an apparent deviation. Anyway, let's carry on.
That doesn't really make a great deal of sense. Hurricanes also follow the exact same pattern. Most hurricanes and tornadoes rotate counterclockwise in the northern hemisphere and clockwise in the southern hemisphere.
Not Dumbo. No, they do not. So, no, they do not with respect to your paradigm. So the original inference is two separate reference frames and an apparent deflection. If you understand Coriolis, which this dumbass doesn't, this back to my court, dumbass that doesn't understand what is read on Wiki. If you're to infer that what you observe in a hurricane or a tornado is a result of the Coriolis deflection, then what you're actually suggesting is that the hurricane travels in a straight line and you observe it appearing to deflect in a curved motion. So wind moves straight, you see it appear to curve because Earth turns underneath? Utterly absurd and garbage. Where's he got this garbage, ladies and gentlemen? I'll give you 3 guesses. Type in Coriolis effect, and when Wiki comes up first, scroll down 2 paragraphs and read this crap that he's just regurgitated almost verbatim. Yeah? Furthermore, look on the right-hand side of the page where it gives you a really tiny GIF that shows actual Coriolis deflection with 2 frames of reference, 2 circles. One with a ball observed from the ground it's tossed from, moving straight. The other view of the ball from a rotating frame of reference where you see it appear to curve. That's a GIF on the wiki page. What's this guy leaning on? The garbage that, what, wind moves straight but we see it appear to curve because of Coriolis deflection with Earth turn being the causal influencer? Oh, you pathetic wiki regurgitator.
I don't think he should
The
be talking
magnetic
about
fields are-
planes of reference.
He wouldn't understand a plane of reference if I gave him that question. I said this to Brian earlier, maybe he weren't around. I bet him £1 that if I asked him which is the ground, inertial or non-inertial, he wouldn't know.
Just before you move on, just for the audience, not that matters to you, but I spent several years trying to find proof. First of all, I tried to find it myself. Then I tried to find proof from our opposition that hurricanes and what's the Asian equivalent of the hurricane?
I was going to say something racist, but I won't. It would just be...
Anyway, it doesn't matter. Both of them, right? Typhoon. Sorry, typhoon. I keep nearly saying tornado, and it's not tornado. Typhoon. Thank you, John. That I could find no evidence whatsoever, and I even spoke to people who lived in Florida, right? Who would encounter these things in the summertime, right, or whatever time of year. I think it's summer, and there is no evidence whatsoever that they're rotating. The first images of a hurricane are from a heliocentric globe satellite. So there's no evidence that even hurricanes even do that. So this is just arguing about whether they go this direction and the other direction. I would want the person to prove that they're doing that. First of all, prove these things are rotating. That would be my first position, rather than going into Coriolis, because they can't. Now that doesn't mean the Coriolis argument is not valid. Obviously, it is. But I'm just throwing that out there. It's like the best I got was a guy got a book from the 1700s. I think it was 1780, I think it was, or something like that, where someone described the whirls of wind within a hurricane. Whirls. And that was a description from someone standing on a pavement, like experiencing a hurricane. Whirls of wind. That was the best that they could come up with, the ballers. Anyway, I'm not going to hold up proceedings.
Well, I don't mind sticking with hurricanes for a bit. I mean, hurricanes are as a result of a massive differential in pressure, right?
Absolutely.
How do we achieve that then?
Exactly. You know what I mean? They can't be had. They can't happen. Even if they did rotate, they can't happen without an enclosed system.
But when we're describing these pressure zones, we're describing them with respect to isobars, and those are described with respect to a flat plane also, aren't they?
Yep.
What about the altitudes that these things take place in? How do we describe those?
Off a flat plane.
So while we cannot ascribe non-inertial and inertial reference frame effects, apparent or otherwise, to hurricanes or whirlwinds or tornadoes, we can absolutely prove that we would require a contained system to develop these gas pressure differentials to create things like wind. And also, we'd need a flat plane, and do utilize a flat plane, to describe them and measure them. So flat Earth that's contained is absolutely required to even have hurricanes. They've got no relation or bearing on Coriolis deflection and Earth turning underneath stuff.
Apologies, I thought you were done at that point. No, I was just going to say, for him to even make the argument he's making, there has to be a flat stationary enclosed plane. You know what I mean?
Precisely.
It can't be anything else. You know what I mean? So basically, what he's stating is for the effects that happen within the paradigm that I'm believing in, right? The Earth needs to be a flat stationary enclosed plane, right? And that's what he's saying to you. He's basically making that, right? Basically, he's proving your point without knowing it. And really what we're trying to do is point out to these people that they are literally proving our point, but they don't seem to realize it.
Yeah.
That's really what we're doing, huh?
Well, every time they utilize anything that has a flat plane of reference as a necessity, I don't see any reason why we can't stop them. And we are. You can't use that. You can't say up. Just that one word is with respect to a plane of reference. You can't have altitudes, hurricanes, isobars, the mapping, any of it without a flat plane first. Now, for you to describe any of those or measure any of those, you will use a flat plane. The fact that you can also use those flat plane measurements to create a paradigm of a ball that you can stand within and have rotating around the sun is neither here nor there. Stop using our measurements. If you want to have a ball belief, that's good for you. Just stop using flat Earth measurements to appeal to it not being flat in this instance or being a ball, because it isn't. That violates the measurements that create a paradigm, a maths, to infer a sphericity to better calculate the positions of lights in the sky. But you can't actually reify it into an existence where the ground that you measured to create that system isn't flat anymore, because it violates the first measurement you took to create it. Earth must be flat. So stop using our flat Earth measurements if you want to believe you're on a ball. Just believe you're on a ball. Don't start justifying how Earth is actually a ball because of I'll use these flat Earth measurements, no worries. Stop doing that.
Like we can do magnetic field testing where we know if you take two magnets, you rub them together, you get this magnetic field, which is a bubble shape. And we can measure the magnetic field of the Earth with like compasses and things. So we know.
Sorry, Nathan.
What?
Do you get bubble shapes when you rub two magnets together?
Yes, I do. What in the holy hell is he babbling about? If you rub two magnets together, you get a magnetic field and Earth's got a magnetic field. Is that his argument? This guy, what is he on? I'm going to listen to that again. That was brilliant. Let's listen to that again.
Like we can do magnetic field testing where we know if you take two magnets, you rub them together, you get this magnetic field, which is a bubble shape.
Is that magnetic field testing? Brian, quick, rub two magnets together. You basically become a scientist on the spot.
Yeah, and I'll get a bubble according to him.
You get a bubble, mate. Oh, yeah, mate. This is science.
And we can measure the magnetic field of the...
Sorry.
No, you go ahead.
Remember I said earlier on, this man lives out of a diagram. Well, he saw a diagram that shows this field, this magnetic field, to be basically a donut, right? So, because the diagram showed him a donut, as far as he's concerned, when you rub two magnets together, you have a donut that you can't see.
Okay. I mean, maybe you do, maybe you don't.
The Earth with like compasses and things. So we know that the shape of the Earth is round because
if we rub magnets together and compasses and things, we know Earth's a sphere. Compasses, you say? What do compasses do, John?
I'll answer. John seems to be away. They reference a plane of reference. They refer to a plane of reference.
Like for north, south, east, and west and stuff?
Yeah, you have to. They work. That's how they work.
I mean, notwithstanding his utter garbage about rubbing magnets together and therefore diagrams of a sphere Earth with a magnetic donut, he's just said compasses. So you'll need a flat Earth for those compasses, my friend. They're referencing directionality with respect to a horizontal plane. Stop using flat Earth to claim your stupid bull religion that you don't understand very well.
the magnetic field is that shape. Just like any of the magnetic fields we create, the small ones with our hands just rubbing magnets together, it's going to be the same shape as the big one around the Earth.
So, just a second, Nathan.
Yeah, go ahead.
Just a second. What this man is stating, and basically what they all are stating all the time, is what you don't understand, Flat Earther, is that all these effects that happen within the paradigm that I believe in, right, you can't explain on your flat reality. That's what they're, you know what I mean? That's what they're stating to us for the past 9 years.
They're saying all of these measured flat, described flat, documented flat things that I use as proof within a paradigm I believe are ball-shaped don't work on a flat Earth.
But yeah, see, they're looking for us to validate the effects that would happen within their paradigm if it was true. That's all they're at, isn't it? If my paradigm was true, this effect would happen. How would you explain that in reality, Flat Earther? I don't need to. It doesn't happen.
Well, you're describing a very elaborate version of what is a very basic fallacy. It's begging the question, isn't it? If I assume Earth is a ball, then anything I observe is a consequence of that being a ball. How does that automatically assumed to be a consequence of me being on a ball work on a flat Earth? Well, what you've automatically assumed as a consequence of you being on a ball is on a ball that came from flat Earth measurements. So how do you square that circle?
Yeah, well, look, Narnia, your use of Narnia has been shown without a doubt throughout this whole arena over time to be the best example. Because how do you explain, the different types of four codes that exist in Narnia when those four codes, like, how do you explain them on your flat Earth? Because that's what they're asking.
How do you explain how summer can be right next to winter in Narnia? You explain how that works for you, given that that's exactly what happens in Narnia. What's your explanation for summer and winter being next to each other then?
Exactly. It's terrible, isn't it? Well, it is begging the question, but it's a little bit deeper than that, I think. I mean, on a surface level, that's all it is.
Yeah, well, it's initially begging the question. Then it's asking you to explain how it would work based on everyone must have the same assumption that it automatically works on a ball. How do you explain it if it's not, given that we all assume it is?
Yeah.
That's the nuance. Because it's not just, well, I just assume Earth's a ball. Well, yeah, you did until I came along. Well, if I assume it's automatically a ball, how do you explain it?
Yeah. Why do objects go down on your flat Earth? Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, in 2024, 25, it's stop using down. That's ours, not yours. Okay, Brian, you can get the last word in, unless Mush has got anything to add.
No, I was just saying that, like, because I was just going to say that's the biggest eye roll ever, then, and you just It's shaking head eye roll, and I actually do that when I see questions like that. How come objects go down on your flat Earth? And we still get these questions. like, why does reality not adhere to your fantasy paradigm? I don't know, buddy. I don't know. I'm lost as to how to answer that one. Go on.
Hey, Brian. Now, how does a direction with respect to a Cartesian plane work on a Cartesian plane, brother? Explain that to me.
Yeah. Why is down on a Cartesian plane? Right, on the Cartesian plane you're claiming to be on.
No, it's why is down on a Cartesian plane if I use the Cartesian plane to create a ball with those Cartesian plane measurements? How does it work on a flat Earth if I make a ball with the Cartesian plane measurements? How does it then work on a flat Earth?
Yeah.
We got there in the end. Right, with that, I'm going to say, Mush, have you got anything you wanted to add? Because it was your video suggestion in the first instance. We didn't even hear anything from Witsit. I'm sure you're pleased to hear.
All good. Nothing to add. Great cover, man.
Perfect. With that, I'm going to say if you are watching this on either Nathan Oakley 1980 or Nathan Oakley Premiering streams, then stay tuned as there will be an after show to follow.
Yeah, I saw that debate when it happened live a couple years ago. There's like 4 of them between Whitson and T-Jump, and they're all the same thing. They're all like 5 hours long.
Yeah, people are getting moved into the after show. That's why that happened. Was it Demek? Carry on.
No, there's like 4 of those debates between Whitson and T-Jump, and they're all like 5 hours long, and they're all like the exact same thing on each debate. They're identical.
Wait, Wags, did you say years ago?
Yeah, well, I mean, I think it was right before my second daughter was born. When I was at work, there was one going live, and I remember watching. It may not have been T-Jump. It was on Modern Day Debate. I thought it was Whitson and T-Jump. There's a couple of them.
This is from 8th of November.
So,
so it's a new one.
Yep.
That just proves my point. They're all the same.
yeah, I was gonna say, dude, don't scare me, bro. Like don't tell me it says November 8th.
Oh, damn, they're still debating. Like, because
that's what I said. Like, it's a 2015 argument, and this dude is like, man, Nathan's asking, is this dude an idiot? Like, I think he answered for himself.
Yeah, T-Jump.
Maybe they could compare notes, and the Glober could explain to him how his experiment or his hypothesis of if mass, then mass attracts mass, compares to Witsit's hypothesis of if electrostatics, then electrostatics.
Mm-hmm.
So the thing is, Witsit didn't mention that in his intro. He didn't mention ether at all. The only thing he did say was that the burden of proof is on the globe side. And again, 3 times he said like falsification is independent of replacement. Like he just loves to say that. But not a word of how and why
That's true,
Earth is measured flat. And yeah.
But that's true. You don't have to tell somebody what is to tell them what it's not.
I think a lot of people are getting kind of sick of Witsit, to be honest with you. And he's carry on. They just get sick of the rhetoric, that kind of way, I think, with him. Trying to push this.
I'm worried it's going to rub off.
What do you mean?
I'm worried that it's going, whatever he's got is going to rub off on me. That's what it's scary.
No, you're safe with that.
Johnson,
the fact that you.
Brian, do you know for a fact that I can't get stupid off a toilet seat?
Well, if you have a limit that you can listen to him, if there's a limit to the amount you can listen to what he's stating, then you're safe. But if you find yourself wanting to hear what he has to say and following along with it, and he's inspiring you, you are in trouble then. If it's not inspiring you, you're fine.
What if it inspires you to bang your head into the wall?
That's not the inspiration I'm talking about.
Yeah, I mean, he seems like a nice enough kid. He does. He seems like somebody that
think he
I would
seems like a
tolerate being around. It's just this topic does not bring out the best in people.
Well, with my interactions with him, I just see him as immature, basically. That's how I would, immature. He's lacking in wisdom. He's clever in certain ways, but he doesn't have wisdom, and he's lacking in wisdom. And one of the parts of wisdom is to know when to concede, to know when you're wrong, things like that, to know when you didn't do enough research or whatever. And he keeps failing on that part. He tries to use cleverness to get around that. When it becomes more and more obvious, the more you try and use cleverness to get around the fact that you're wrong, it becomes more obvious that you're wrong. It becomes a bigger deal. You end up with a greater distance to fall after that. Just accept you're wrong and let it go. You might lose a few subscribers, maybe, who knows? But at least you won't have that massive fall from grace that's going to happen to him.
If he come out to us tomorrow and said, "You know what, guys, I thought it through, and you all are right about me being wrong. I apologize for all of this," I would accept it and never talk about it again. I would, you know what I mean? But just it's like they're arguing for ignorance. They want to be ignorant of facts, and that bothers me.
A new word to add to the lexicon, if you want to hear.
Yeah, go ahead.
Basically, I don't know why I know this, but Justin Bieber fans are called believers. So Whitsit and Aoife Pedalin folk, believers.
Believers. Okay.
Believers.
I like it. I like it.
I think that perfectly describes them. Feel free to use.
Good name. Good name. It actually does work. Believers. I'd be the same as you, John. If he just came along today and said, "Look, I got it wrong," right, I would let it all go and I'd forgive it as long as he doesn't do it again. Do you know what I mean? I go, "Grant, it's over. Let's get back to work." Right. But the fact that he won't do that is a major problem.
But Brian, do you actually think his apology would be accepted if he did that? Do you think it would be accepted by QE and everyone?
If he came out and just stated, "Look, I was wrong," if he just laid it all out and didn't try to use any caveats with it, like, "Oh, I was wrong, but I was black." No, if he just said, "Look, I was wrong. I thought I was onto something. I did my best to try and avoid the fact that I was wrong. I was wrong. You know what I mean? And my behavior was wrong. That's it, as well." Like, if he just accepted those things and came out and was honest about it, I don't see why everyone would just move on. They just go, "Fair enough." It's admirable once there's no caveats added in. Like, "Well, I was wrong, but I might be still onto something." And that nonsense. No. That's what is it you call it, Nathan? A tacit acceptance, is it? Like a weak acceptance?
Yeah, tacit acceptance.
Yeah, that wouldn't be accepted. You either are wrong and you admit it, right, and you were wrong in your behavior and whatever else, or you don't admit it. It's that simple. So only if he was totally upfront, then he'd be wiped clean. Unless he tried to do it again, right? But other than that, no.
Well,
Yeah,
there are
there's a difference
various.
between forgiven and forgotten. You know, it would be forgiven. I don't think it would be forgotten, you know, because it has lasted so long. Like, me and Brian can argue, and we can say some pretty bad stuff to each other, but it's kind of forgotten because we'll eventually come to an understanding, you know? So it's not like I
Yeah,
dwell
I don't
on,
even remember just the
you
bad
know
thing.
what
I
I mean?
know there was a lot of nasty stuff, but I don't remember it straight after it's over. You know what I mean? But that's none of us are
Right.
being dishonest. You see, you know what I mean? You're not arguing from a position where you think you're trying to hide the fact that you're wrong, and I'm not doing the same. It might turn out that one of us are wrong, right? But it's when you're trying to deny the fact that you're wrong, when it's totally obvious that you're wrong, and you're still trying to deny it. That's a problem, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah. When it's just blatant in your face, being pointed out to you, and you eh, talking about how wrong you are, and then just continue skipping on. No, I can't. I can't
Well,
tolerate that. It gets irritating.
what I was listening to yesterday in the past few days in the after show here with QE, and Nathan has it was a members only from last night. We went through some of that time when I went over a couple of years ago onto his channel with him, and I asked him a question, and instead of answering the question, he starts coming back at me with a question of talking about the bad behaviour of FED. You know, anything but that. It's like if someone's asking you a straight question and you just disregard it like that and come back at them with something that's completely not conducive to an answer to that question, like, and this is not happens just one time, it continually happens, then you have to know you're doing it. Do you know what I mean? You can't be doing that and not know you're doing it. You know.
Yeah, it's like he's
Yeah,
trying to
he's 100%
justify
being.
his bad behavior with our behavior, and that our
Yeah, he's
behavior
definitely
is
being
because of what
deceitful
he's
and
saying.
using tactics. Using tactics and not being honest, and um, backfire effect cognitive bias is really strong in Witsit. It's like the more he's proven wrong, the more he's coming up with tactics and he's being more deceived by the day. Because again, man, intellectual honesty is the most important thing in all of this. And I'm gonna say it again, guys. Like, and I'm not ashamed to say it. I'm probably the least educated out of all you guys here, and this is not hard to get for me. And I explain it to my daughter. She gets it right away, dude.
I don't
For as
know.
long as you're intellectually
Brian's pretty
honest,
uneducated
these
also.
things are not really hard to
I'm
understand,
extremely
man.
uneducated.
Brian's got no
If you go by
education.
formal education, I left school 14 or 15, and I would have left years before that if they legally would have let me. They would have.
Really?
They would have.
Say that.
They
Say that
wanted
again,
rid of me.
Brian. You left us. Say it again, Brian. I'm sorry. You were a little muffled. When did you leave school?
About 14 or 15, and I would have left school a couple of years before that, except for legally the school couldn't let me go, so they had to keep me on.
Get out
So
of here,
otherwise, I
Brian.
would have been gone out of school probably 12 or 13.
Doesn't mean anything.
So, you're telling me you're self-educated with all, like, with everything, pretty much, that you understand about all these things.
That's true for everything,
Complex subject that
always,
would.
right? Yeah, let's just stop here. This is a show of lack of confidence, right? Regardless of your educational background, it's like the computer programmer that's got 10 years experience and no degree, and everyone below him has been employed into the position because they've justified their knowledge based on their degree as opposed to experience. But the guy at the top with all the experience is sat at his desk going, they don't respect me because I haven't got a degree. Like, don't suffer from imposter syndrome or lean on the inability of your educational past. It's irrelevant. It's the same when we do it the other way around, right? There's people who are on the panel that don't declare their PhDs and their degrees and their education status because it's not relevant to the argument. Your understanding of the argument's relevant to the argument as opposed to how educated you are. Now, our opponents lean on that shit all the time. I've got a PhD, therefore I'm right. Oh, get lost. Well, the same works in reverse. Just because you're uneducated by your own admission doesn't mean anything. What you do here now, in the moment when you're arguing or talking about your opinion on something, that's what matters. And that's based on a lifetime of experience.
Yeah, Mush, if you know better than someone with a PhD, then you know better than that person in the story. If a person with a PhD tells you that the force of gravity exists, and you know that even within their paradigm, there is no force of gravity anymore, then you are within your right to correct that person. You are more educated on that topic than that person in the story. You have to have confidence in that. Be confident in what you know. And the thing is, you can be more educated tomorrow than you are today. But some people only get to a point of education, whether it be a degree in astrophysics or a PhD in astrophysics, and they think they have a lot of knowledge. You know what I mean? Those people stop learning. That's what's wrong with those people. What they did learn in the first place was mostly a lot of rubbish anyway. You could take 10% of it as having any relevance to reality. You know, well, a lot of these things. So, yeah, okay, an engineer, right? An engineer is going to know something about what they're doing. They have to, right? It's the real world thing that they have to apply, right? So, but that doesn't mean that you can't converse with an engineer and correct them on something if they want to talk about gravity giving weight to something. You know, I don't care who someone is. I mean, I respect their education and I respect whatever they know. But start blurting out rubbish. Their PhD or anything else means nothing to me. You have confidence. Think of it this way: how much have you learned in the past 12 months? Just that 12 months alone, just in that amount of time in this arena. Loads.
No, for sure.
And in
Man.
12
I
months'
get it.
time, you'll know more.
I was
Then
just trying to
people
make a
are
point
stuck.
that, the intellectual honesty is the bottom line of everything. If you're not intellectually honest, I don't care what schooling you got or how much or how little you know. You know,
Exactly.
intellectual honesty is the most important thing in this topic, and pretty much everything else.
Well, if I've got a PhD in some nonsense and I'm trying to claim a force of gravity is doing something, and you correct me on it, you're there fixing somebody's sink, and you correct me, right? You're doing plumbing or something, and you correct me on what I say. If I have no intellectual honesty, then I'm going to be trying to tell you you're wrong simply because I have got some PhD. But that doesn't make me correct. I'm wrong for not having the honesty. So intellectual honesty is number one. Just honesty in general, in the world.
Exactly, brother. Like that other guy, like yesterday or 2 days ago in the comments, when he's talking about the dishwasher, flat earther, and he's an engineer. And all he had to do is remind him how he's been an engineer for 30 years, and this guy's drug using dishwasher, and that proved the earth is a globe, man.
Yes, Mighty. I completely agree with you, and I can relate a lot when you say that intellectual honesty is the prime concern. And I'll share an incident if you allow me. Can you hear me all right?
Yes, sir. Go on, man. How you doing, Arthur? Good to have you
Hey,
here, brother.
Mighty.
I can hear you. Go
Yes,
ahead, man.
same here. Good to be here. So I was having this conversation on someone else's channel who invited me to go on his channel. And after that, I had a moderated debate with that same person. So during our conversation, it did come up that something about mathematics when we were discussing the surface of the earth and its flatness. So things about mathematics and measurements came up, and he was the one asking me the question that how much have you studied mathematics? What is your formal education? Now, in my case, quite unlike Brian, I do have an education in science and mathematics, but the real education, if I am intellectually honest, came only after I was exposed to QE's presentations on science and the scientific method. Before that, I might as well have a degree, and after that, I did my engineering, but I really did not understand the basics of science. They were just concepts which I learned by rote and regurgitated in my exams, but never really understood the true meaning of science. So, in that situation, when I'm debating with a glober and being asked the question, are you well educated to even talk about these things? I could have answered in the affirmative, but what I actually did is I said it's irrelevant. Let us talk on the point. And the intellectual honesty part came later when that person who was questioning my education wanted me to believe his assertion that that level is actually curved, and it went on to the level insofar as that ultimately he had to accept that the surface of a football or a bowling ball, essentially any sphere, is flat, because when you measure it from the center of that sphere, it is equidistant. Hence, he came to the conclusion that the surface of a sphere is flat. And that's where intellectual honesty was required and nothing else.
I love when you describe a contradiction in terms as being intellectually honest. The surface of the sphere is flat. Love it.
Stephen Hawkins, the dude in the wheelchair, I think that's his name. He described the Earth as being flat or two-dimensional. The surface of a sphere is two-dimensional. No kidding.
Yeah, but I have to point out something. Our opposition tried to then equivocate, right, falsely, between level, right, being a horizontal plane, and a two-dimensional spherical surface. That's why they try and come up with this nonsense. Yeah, it's total nonsense, because they're trying to use the two-dimensionality of the surface of that sphere, right, and call that level, because horizontal is two-dimensional and level is two-dimensional, if you understand what I mean. Straight line,
but
right?
The surface of a sphere, cannot be two-dimensional because it is a sphere.
Yeah, the surface of it is two-dimensional, but every point on that sphere, right, has a drop to every other point, if you understand what I mean.
The surface of a sphere is not two-dimensional.
Yeah, the surface of it. The surface. I know what you're. The surface of a sphere, an absolutely smooth sphere, right, is described as two-dimensional. But if you were to measure it, you need 3 dimensions.
Shapes, right? 3-dimensional shapes do not exist in 2 dimensions.
Yeah, that was my point concerning level with them. This is what I'm trying to get to, right? For them, level needs to be 3-dimensional. That's what they're actually claiming. Because level is no point higher or lower than another. That's 2 dimensions. But within their paradigm on a sphere, there's always a drop to every other point from any point. You know what I mean? Any point, you know what I mean? Because there has to be a drop. That's 3 dimensions.
No. Levels deviating from level at a given rate.
Yeah, that's what it is. To violate level, they need level to violate the principle of level not being level and being equidistant from the center of a sphere. To describe that, you need level to violate level. It's a complete paradox. It's nonsensical. It's stupid.
Well, it's like the first responses I got to the pitch data. That was that horizontal, which was changing in orientation in relation to itself. that was the layout of what they were stating. Now, when I put it back to them like that, they didn't like it, but that was the implication of exactly what they were claiming. That horizontal is changing its orientation in relation to horizontal.
Yeah.
So
you need the
horizontal is changing in relation to horizontal.
Exactly. You need the horizontal to describe the deviation that horizontal's deviating from. So paradoxically, you need the original premise to hold true to describe it deviating from it to violate it.
Yeah.
I wake up in the morning and believe all kinds of paradoxes are true.
I would like to state something to the community out there. Well, how much of the community are ever going to hear this or even listen to me? Don't go debating the pitch data. Because when you're debating the pitch data, you're literally nearly stating to the public that these people have an argument. Horizontal will not change in orientation in relation to itself. That is impossible. That cannot happen. They need, as you just said, Nathan, they require horizontal to be the mainstay that it is, to be the constant that it is, to even describe that change of pitch.
Exactly. I'll reiterate that as you're making an appeal to the great and washed, the public at large in that regard, right? When I've tried to explain this to the audience, I've said, bosh, you slam it on the desk. That is to say, it's not a debating point. It's something you use to punctuate the end of any discussion, because it's not something that's going to be up for debate. Yeah? When someone says, show me the money, and you go in your wallet and slam the money on the table, that's the end of the discussion about whether or not the money exists. Well, in this instance, when you slap the pitch data down, it's the same equivalent. That's the end of the discussion. There's no debating it. I don't know why. Heaven forbid why you've had to say this, but presumably someone's brought the pitch data out and gone, let's debate whether or not this is spherical. You're like, you're blind.
Well, there is people out there using it incorrectly within debates. We only listened to one last week. You know what I mean? It's like, it's not a debating topic. Bosh, pitch that. End of story. You can't debate that. It's just a fact. You don't. Why debate? You know what I mean? Why debate objective facts? They are what they are. You're not debating whether red is green, are you? Because it's not. Green is green, red is red. End of story.
Yeah. If the question is, do we have a flat Earth? When you slam the pitch data down, it's answering the question, yes. Here's how Earth is measured as a flat plane. It's called pitch data.
How about this comment from a global believer? My horizontal is another person's vertical, but to me, my horizontal never changes. Break that down.
Nonsense.
Complete and total. That's the emblem.
So horizontal has deviated from horizontal. That's what he wants.
At some
He wants
point,
horizontal to deviate from horizontal.
at some point, man, because to him, his horizontal never changes. But his horizontal is someone else's vertical. Bro.
I often run into people walking on the sides of buildings. You know what I mean? People walk on the sides of buildings
Yeah,
all the
exactly.
time, 90 degrees.
Yeah.
Within his paradigm, there's two things happening there. There's actually a massive admission happening there, right? But within his paradigm, he's stating mathematically within this crazy paradigm that I believe in, where horizontal couldn't exist to begin with. Within that paradigm, there is two tangent planes, and they're both at 90 degrees to each other, right? Grand, right? Within that paradigm. But he said then that his horizontal never changes, which is an admission that horizontal. That's because horizontal doesn't change.
Exactly,
Pitch data,
Brian.
actually,
Yep. It's an admission right there.
Yeah, but pitch
No,
data
sorry
is
to cut
both
you off, man. That's a great point. Yeah.
Horizontal's not subjective.
Exactly.
You know what I mean?
Why
That's
is this
the
being
difference.
discussed? It's not subjective subject. I was about to say, this proves it's anti-flat earthers you're talking to. That's the only people that would get into arguing with things
Yeah,
that
of
are
course.
axioms or axiomatic principles suddenly become debating points.
Of course.
Which was my point earlier.
Right.
Pitch data is not a debating topic.
Yeah, like at what point does your horizontal, which never changes, become someone else's vertical? Like Brian
How
said,
can it
it's
never
like it's
change
an
and become
admission
someone
right in
else's
the
vertical?
comment. Yep.
Pitch is in relation to horizontal. Horizontal doesn't change. It's a constant. It doesn't have a different orientation in some other location of the earth. It can be at a different altitude, right? But it can't be at a different orientation. It is the baseline orientation for all pitch. It's not going to change. It will, all horizontals will always be parallel to each other, and they'll all be all parallel to the plane of the horizon. And every line, every straight line that makes a 90-degree angle to that horizontal will be vertical, and they will both be perpendicular. In Every instance, everywhere, all the time. That will never change. It cannot. That's the whole point of the pitch data. There is nothing to debate. Yeah, as Nathan was saying earlier, if someone says, where's your evidence there to flat? Bosh, pitch data. There is nothing, you know what I mean? How can you afford that car? Bosh, 90 grand. There you go. No argument. It's over. Great analogy, Nathan. Sorry, John.
Well, I was just going to say, they get lost really quickly because they don't understand that level is our perception of horizontal. They think because we perceive something that they can just automatically throw it into the subjective, and that's just not true.
Yeah, anti-flat earthers, that is. Most people don't work themselves into a tizzy over a paradox that they're having to suffer. What I mean by that is most people don't realise it's a paradox. They're not giving it any thought. But when it's pointed out, trying to square that circle all day long is what our anti-flat earth opponents do.
Well, at present, all I've been told is that you don't understand pitch data. That's what I've been told. That's presently what I'm getting told by commenters. But you don't understand pitch data.
Straight projection.
It's only a matter of time. Huh?
Straight projection.
Yeah, it is. It's them not wanting to understand it. That's what that is, isn't it? But it's only a matter of time before someone comes along and claims pitch data proves the globe. Right? That's on the cards, because that's where these people have to go. They have to go crazier and crazier into more crazy things. And eventually, out of pure pride and pure cognitive problems and, basically a lot of pride involved and stupidity, one of them is on the cards. I could say within the next 4 or 5 weeks, on the cards, tell me or someone else the pitch data proves the globe. It's on the cards.
Rumpus used to do it with the sextant.
That would not.
I was just going to say, Rumpus used to do it with the sextant. Sextants only work on a globe, he used to tell us, before I looked into sextants. He just threw it out there.
Yeah, I don't believe that a glober would ever use a flat plane to try to prove a globe. That's
all they do.
Honest.
That's all they do.
Hijack the reality.
Hijack
the reality. Yeah.
That literally is all they do, all the time.
Globers won't. Globers don't do that. Anti-flat earthers do that.
Yeah, anti-flatties.
Oh, yeah, true, because globe believers don't even try to prove a globe.
Yep.
I'll give you that.
Surprisingly, the response to the Eric Dubay critique, if you want to call it that, yesterday got a very positive response. So I entered into it quite tentatively on account of the fact that when we're dealing with Whitsitt, or as we are dealing with Whitsitt currently, there's been plenty of you're evil, you're dividing the community because you're critiquing Whitsitt and his outright blatant lies. Now with Dubay, obviously I knew we were going to be critical, and we were. But instead of people going, you're dividing the community, none of that. Very weird. In my mind, there's no difference between us critiquing Whitsitt and critiquing Eric Dubay, but for the fact that I couldn't see any egregious lies that Eric Dubay's telling, whereas you can with Whitsitt. So you'd think that the reaction would be, quite the opposite. But instead it's lots of Whitsitt victims defending his honour.
Honor. He
Perceived
has no
honour in their eyes. Stockholm Syndrome was the conclusion last time we discussed this. Sorry, go on.
Sorry, bro. You can't. I was just gonna say you can't put Whitsitt and Eric Dubay in the same boat, man. Because Eric Dubay doesn't claim any outlandish shit like Whitsitt. he did make a few videos about Islam and Christianity not being Jesus not existing and stuff like that, and a lot of people didn't like that. But as far as FE, he's not making any outlandish claims. Maybe his approach of breaking down NASA's lies is a little different than ours, but that's about it. You definitely can't put him on the same boat, man. I have a lot of respect for Eric Dubay and what he's done.
He's not peddling abject speculation and
exactly
peddling off the coattails of flat Earth to do it. When he makes separate videos about separate subjects, they're just separate videos about, I don't know, yoga or something. It's just there's his yoga video. If you don't like yoga, you won't watch it. But we don't get, well, these are it's ether videos. It's here I am, I'm a flat earther. Now let me tell you about the magical ether.
I mean, to be fair, he did make some videos that, I don't know if you know, that did trigger a lot of people on with Islam religion. He said a lot of things against it, and he made a lot of claims that Jesus didn't exist and stuff like that. And those are the things that ruffle a lot of people's feathers. But when it comes to FE, overall these years, I think he's done a good job. Even though, again, his approach might have been slightly different than the detailed approach that happens right here. But hopefully he watched that video, man, and he responds or addresses it in some way or another. Because you provided him with a lot of good information yesterday.
You've accidentally critiqued me in a way I wasn't expecting, because I am literally turning a blind eye to some of Eric Dubay's behaviour. Now, because he's been around as long, if not longer than I have, then I've become well acquainted with how Eric Dubay deals with things and what he does that triggers other people and his opinions on certain subjects. Now, in the wise words of Tiger Dan, you chew the meat and spit out the bones. And because of that process, so that I'm not infuriated by something he's doing, I will, ignore those things that he's covering, because I know they're not things that will, fill me with delight if I was to watch them. But that means that I'm therefore accidentally blinkered to the fact that he is like that when I'm critiquing him. Oh, no, this guy's good, he's on our side. And you're like, well, that almost sounds like you're ignoring all the horrible things that I, as a Christian, on reflection, if I'm to pretend I'm that guy, would find offensive about what he's doing. You're like, yeah, it does kind of seem like that way, because I've become complacent about those things, having had lots of experience with Dubay and what he does. So, yeah, good that you've highlighted it, because I had kind of, I know I have ignored that fact.
But Nathan, keeping everything which is not related to flat earth outside. Let's just ignore everything which is not related to flat earth. But when it comes to flat earth, you always say that if you are a flat earth evangelist, that is, you present yourself to the rest of the world as someone talking about flat earth, then first thing out of your lips should be how the earth is measured flat. Now, going by the video which you were reviewing of Eric Dubé, maybe it was just a video that he put out. That's the reason that you are not saying it, but he does present himself as a debater, right? He's challenging Neil deGrasse Tyson for a debate and everything. Now, based on the video that you reviewed yesterday, what do you think his points are going to be in order to prove flat earth? How NASA is lying to us? How the moon landings were fake? Or is it going to be elevation angle measurements or pitch data? What do you think?
Well, I think the only way we could put Eric in a position where he would take essentially on our rhetoric, as you're suggesting, right, is to make friends and influence, which is a difficult tightrope when you've got a group of people, let's say it's the Muslims, that he's offended. And obviously I don't want to offend them indirectly just by association, but by the same token, he still has an amount of influence, and you would hope, given the amount of influence he has, he would use the earth is measured flat in the first and foremost for any position he finds himself. If he was in front of Tyson, you'd hope he'd use that argument, right? That's your point. The problem is, if we only focus on the things we disagree with, we're never going to influence him to use those arguments, because he's never going to listen to us. So we have to strike a balance. My main concern is that there's a perception from my audience that you're just inconsiderate to the disrespect he's paid us. If I was what was the example I just gave? Hindu? I can't remember which. Let's say Christian. I can't remember which one. Muslim. Anyway, whatever religion is offended, let's say he has offended that religion, it's almost like I'm not even giving it any never mind, which I'm not. I'm literally turning a blind eye to it. I'm admitting it. How can I influence them if I don't? Because I'll just be constantly critiquing the things that I find egregious from the empathetic point of view of a Muslim, for the sake of argument. You can't please all the people all the time. And if you try to, you'll annoy everyone.
But there is some preferential treatment going on here.
What, we give preferential treatment to debate over Witsit for the sake of argument?
Yeah.
Yeah. Like I say, because I can't perceive in what we covered on Eric DeBay's video yesterday any egregious lies that are piggybacking off being a flat earther to peddle that lie. Witsit literally is tarnishing the good name of flat earth with his etherite nature, and he's only using flat earth as a lever to get through a door with ether on his back as he does so. But for the fact that he's got flat earther above the door, when he goes out and does his thing, if he wasn't there doing it as a flat earther, no one would be interested.
Right. Yep. But Nathan, what makes you think that Eric DeBay is not going to watch the video you reviewed yesterday?
I'm not suggesting he will or won't. I'm just saying that if all I do is say Eric's evil because he says we're all Nazis or something like that, I'm not saying he has said that, I'm just giving a wild example, right? Then he's just going to switch off and go, why would I pay any credence to what you've got to critique me on when you just outright disagree with a principle that you haven't gone through in terms of my justification for saying we're all really Nazis at heart? I know he's not saying that, I'm just making it absurd for the sake of argument. Well, if I haven't listened to his justification for that argument and reiterated it in my examples, which would mean I'd have to be watching that crap to understand it and put it in a position that suggests I understand it, even though I disagree with it, then half the time I've spent focusing on that instead of the actual subject I'm interested in. So it's back to striking a balance where if I want to make friends and influence him, I've got to keep my critique on topic and make it clear that it's useful to him to take these pointers on board with respect to how to argue for this subject. But he's only going to do that if I'm even-handed and not overly critical of things that aren't on subject, for both of us, that is.
By that same analogy, no one would be listening to or even care about Eric Dubé making a video that Jesus Christ does not exist if he wasn't a flat earther. At least people here wouldn't even know about it because there are so many other people. But we know that Eric Dubé has made such videos because he is a flat earther and he's touching topics which may or may not be directly related to it.
Yeah, but flat Earth not being mainstream and Jesus denial being mainstream for like the longest time we can all remember. For example, we got movies like Zeitgeist, we got Bill Maher's, Religulous, all these types of things. The mainstream is rife with Jesus isn't this, Jesus isn't that. So it's really not analogous to the ether topic. And I think Nathan's right on it, is nobody would give two shits about ether if they didn't get some kind of flat earth shakeup first. I can't think of anyone.
Sure, but
maybe the niche electric universe, there's...
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
Well, I just want to add that Sabrina Hafsinger, I forgot what her name is.
That means for AI to continue.
If he's got anything to add.
Okay.
Otherwise, I'll just add, Kundalini or yoga or whatever else that he might garner an audience because he's got an audience because of Flat Earth isn't the same as telling me that, this is Eric DeBay, telling me I'm going to be telling them all about the Kundalini. I'll get the receipts. And then it's Eric DeBay, the Flat Earther, on Joe Rogan talking about the Kundalini. And he's only there because he's a Flat Earther. And his first segue is into the Kundalini. You're like, whoa, this doesn't represent me as a Flat Earther. This seems egregious. That isn't what DeBay does. Now, it might be the case that he's there talking about Flat Earth and NASA fakery or whatever he's doing. He's doing the do. And then the guy says, you're into the Kundalini, aren't you? totally different ball game. If it was the case that Whitsitt as a sideline talked about the ether, and then upon someone's bizarre fascination with this totally obscure subject that they'd never even heard of, happened to bring it up and ask him about it, then obviously I'd extend him the same courtesy. That is not what's occurring. Whitsitt uses Flat Earth as a door so he can go through and talk about ether.
I think the big difference is that what Whitsitt promotes involves physics, right, and stuff in our 3D reality, whereas what debate, yeah, well, that's what he's trying to involve. When
really,
you can critique the hell out of it. Okay, forget it. I can't say my piece.
Don't lay down so easily, Brian. Fight.
What physics is he using, please?
I'm saying he's trying to infer it. Forget it.
Trying to infer it. That doesn't mean he's using physics.
He's trying to make claims concerning light.
Concerning
that's
light?
Physics, is it not?
Not necessarily.
He's trying to make claims concerning light. Is that physics?
Not necessarily.
So the study of light is not physics, is what you're saying?
The study of something is not physics, no.
It's not nuanced enough, no.
Yeah,
so if you just say the study of light, no.
Okay, Nathan, one second. Okay, the delayed choice quantum eraser, is that physics?
Yes.
Right. And that involves light?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Well, can I go back to the same what I was trying to say?
No, because you're utilising a fallacy of division. So no.
Yep. So no, you can't go back to what you're saying.
Okay, I'll have to describe it differently then. Right. Okay, well, this is overly pedantic, and to be honest with you, completely overly pedantic for a very simple point.
I know,
in front of me.
but I know.
That's what we do here.
Yeah, but that's not a good standard. Right. The point I was trying to make is, Whitsitt is making claims concerning 3D reality, right? If Eric Dubay is making claims concerning a prophet or anything spiritual like that, that's a bit of a different thing.
Yes.
So that's why we're not so critiquing on Eric Dubay, because it's a different argument. Ether does involve the arguments we speak of.
Is somebody trying to claim that Whitsitt and Eric Dubay are on some type of same level or something? What's going on here?
I'm not making any claim. I was, yes, Nathan. You
no, not you. Why? Not you. Why are you providing a defense for that if nobody brought up the comparison? Who brought up the comparison?
People are pointing out, right? Right. Arthur was pointing out that Nathan doesn't critique Eric Dubay like he critiques Whitsitt.
Oh.
I'm trying to point out the reason why that is.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I was just looking for. Well, okay. Well, Flat Earther, is Eric Dubay and Whitsitt? Oh my God, are they on? Is that? Are they equivalent in Flat Earth?
My point was that when we look at it from a critique point of view, then if our critique is as a flat earth evangelist, if the first words out of your lips are not that the earth is measured flat with proofs like elevation angle measurements or pitch data, then you are waffling about flat earth and not actually representing me as a flat earther. Now, in case of Eric Dubé, I was just presenting it to Nathan that if Eric Dubé goes for a debate with a person like Neil deGrasse Tyson, so is his first point going to be the earth is measured flat with these examples, or is he going to go on a waffle about how NASA is lying to us and all that feast of nonsense? That was a question that I put out to the panel.
What does that have to do with Whitsitt? I'm lost.
Hello, can you hear me, QE? QE? John?
Yeah, I just stepped away for a second. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, remember me?
I
Hey,
don't think I do.
NewMoon. I remember you.
Who is
Yeah,
it?
yeah, yeah. So, like, I was trying to ask you, like,
Hold
do
on,
you know
hold
about
on,
the
hold
bipolar
on,
model?
hold on, hold on. Who is
Yeah.
it? Who are you?
I'm Newman. Newman.
Newman from Seinfeld.
NewMoon. NewMoon. NewMoon.
Oh, Newman. So you're the scammer.
Yeah. Why you're bringing that topic again?
Go ahead,
Yeah.
Newman.
It's not the synonym of NewMoon. Synonym is not scammer.
It's not scamming, right? He didn't scam any. Did you get any money out of what you did?
No.
Did you ask for any
Not a
money?
single
Did you
penny.
ask for a dime? Did you ask for any money?
No.
Being
Not in
definitely
my,
not a
not even.
scammer then.
Yeah.
Definitely not scammed anybody. Definitely not in any way intending to take money off people or scam them then, right?
Yeah, I was not even trying to ask for money. And yeah, he was saying like McTune was saying like he was trying to scam. And do you know what? Like the next day, like I was in McTune's Discord. So he was trying to vet me and he was trying to ask me some question. And do you know what he came with? He was searching for some names that was my name on internet and some kind of scammers who are from my name. And he was accusing me for some kind of insurance scam with an old lady.
To be
I was
fair,
like, what the hell is
well,
going
no,
on?
to his defense though, you are Indian.
Yeah.
Yes, they're scammers. So go on. You had something to say besides the scammer?
Yeah, I was asking for a bipolar model of the Earth.
Bipolar? Like, has its up days and has its bad
Bipolar.
days, and sometimes it's a bit depressed, and other days it's buying everyone drinks.
No. Bipolar model is a different kind of model, like you can see on the Flat Earth Wiki. Like there are some people who propagate like the Earth is not like a model is completely wrong because at the time of Samuel Robotham, he was not having any idea about the Antarctica, so he was not knowing like there is a pole star in the south. Every star constellation revolve around it, and there is a 24-hour sun in the Antarctica. I was not knowing that. So the real model is bipolar model where there are two poles on the flat Earth, and the sun really changes its path at during equinox, and then it goes anti-clockwise to the southern hemisphere. So it's a bipolar model. And there are some good information about it on Flat Earth Wiki.
It's
So like if yeah,
you're describing two flat
great
planes,
information.
two equatorial flat planes, right? North and south, both flat. Can you do me a favor, NewMoon? Can you just back off your mic about 2 or 3 inches? You're just overloading your mic a little bit. Anyway, yeah.
Okay.
The origin that can be extrapolated out into having a surface that you couldn't stand on is with respect to the north and the south plotted with respect to planes, and then plopping an axis through those two flat planes. So that becomes two flat planes, one north, one south, with a sphere wrapped around that. That's called the celestial sphere. So inside the celestial sphere, you've got a north and south flat plane map, antipodal. I think that's what you meant by bipolar.
Okay. Should I give the link of that map?
You can if you like, but I'm saying any derivation that's sphere shaped will come from that origin. That's to say the celestial sphere with two flat planes within it, one antipodal from the other, upside down and round the other side of, if you will.
No, it's not like that.
No, I'm not saying it is.
It's
I'm saying any globe that is inferred comes from that as its origin.
Yep. But like as we know, like Samuel Robotham map is derived from the globe map. It's a projection of the globe to the AE map, North Central map, as we know. And as we can assume it, because at his time there was a globe model based on the flat Earth measurements, of course. But Samuel Robotham just made a AE map. center to North Pole. So we
Yeah.
cannot trust that our model.
No, well, it's not a model, it's just a map, but it's, as you described, azimuthal equidistant, right? North Pole centric azimuthal equidistant projection of a globe. But that's where I started. Where did the globe come from? Well, that's what I was describing to you. It's an extrapolation of the equatorial planes, plural, 2 of them, north and south, inside the celestial sphere. That's where that globe came from, to have an azimuthal equidistant projection from it, from flat planes. North and south poles. I went to it because it's the only thing I could draw from when you said bipolar. So I'm thinking, okay, well, what's 2 things that have got antipodal measurements capable of them? And it ends up, in my mind, going straight to the celestial sphere. And then when you describe Robotham in the AE map, that's come from the globe that has come from the celestial planes of that particular model. Make sense?
Yeah, and the bipolar model link I have posted, and I will just post a map also in the main text chat in a moment.
Yes.
Nathan, allow me to save you a lot of energy and a lot of your words, because I assure you that New Moon does not get anything what you are telling him, and you can guess it from his responses. He's never responding to your explanation.
That's okay.
He's
That's
just
fine.
saying that I'm posting the link. So
That's okay. That's fine.
let me give you some background of New Moon. New Moon,
Okay.
you may mute for the time being.
No, I'm posting the map, so like we can work on that map also, because it's I saw the video about 2 days back, and I was liking that model. It's a flat Earth model, but there are 2 poles there, and
Do
it'll
you
also
get it,
work.
Nathan?
Okay,
Do
hopefully
you get
someone
it now, Nathan?
from Discord will stick it into chat. Yes, I am following what you're saying, Arthur. Yes, I understand.
Yeah, so let me give you some background. New Moon here, first of all, is a numpty, and he is a Witsit and Jaren fanboy. He pats Witsit on the back when he goes on modern day debate and waffles on and on about the ether and incoherent dielectric acceleration. And to give you a reference of 2 years ago, when you were having that debate with Jaren, I had a conversation with New Moon, and New Moon was of the opinion that Jaren mopped the floor with Nathan in that debate with his clear and outstanding understanding of science and the scientific method. So, I would suggest that you start from Jesse Lee Peterson's most significant question with New Moon, whether he knows for sure and without a doubt that the earth is flat, and you know the drill. Let's go through
No,
it.
without a doubt, like if I talk about myself, then I watch a lot of flat earthers, even Nathan Oakley, Jaren Whitsett, and even Eric Dubé also, Mark Sargent, and also someone Discord, someone different kind of platforms. And I take everything from every flat earther and create my own philosophy. Some
Okay,
things
then.
I agree with someone, something I don't agree.
Okay, New Moon, I
Yeah,
will do the honors. Please
yeah,
answer the question. Do you know for sure and without a doubt that the earth is flat?
yeah. The earth is flat, so what?
How do you know?
How do you know that?
Because the Earth is flat and stationary, it's a kind of a by default position of me until someone can come up with the evidence and some proof that Earth is a ball and Earth is like there is a curvature and there is a motion, and all the things globe model came from. It was from the flat Earth, like basically the models they created from the time of Ptolemy, then Copernicus, and Tycho Brahe, Newton, all the
But but
models we
but
can explain that
but New
on the
Moon.
Hold on,
simple.
Arthur. Hold on, Arthur. Hold on. Carry on,
But we
New
got
Moon.
hills and valleys. We got hills and valleys.
Yeah, so it's a topographic flat plane. I'm not saying it's a completely flat without any elevation to this in respect to the sea level. I'm not saying that. You need to understand that.
He may have. Hold on. Let me
Oh,
just clear something up. It seems like perhaps in the past, New Moon may have taken various positions that would seem to oppose us, but he certainly seems to know his stuff. He just subtly dropped in sea level, didn't he, Arthur?
Let's just continue with a few more questions. You do
Fair
the
enough.
honors, Nathan.
No, you feel free, Arthur.
Yeah, you ask me after.
So I'm sorry, how is that your default position? Can you please say that again? Why do you think it is the default position that you are on a flat and stationary surface?
Okay. So the logics and empirical parameters defines our default position. Like if we don't have any kind of positive claims and evidences regarding some phenomena or regarding some observation or anything, we make our default position. If someone asks me, like if I don't have any kind of knowledge about the earth, I have never been to school or something, I'm living in a forest, and someone came to me, hey, what is the shape of the earth? So I was like, what are you talking about? Like, I go to the hills and valleys as you're saying, and I go to the one shore to another shore. I travel hundreds of kilometers and came back. So earth is like flat, but there is a topography in respect to the sea level. So if I go how much further I go, it will be like I can consider it flat with some kind of topography. So this is my by default position. Based on what? Based on empirical parameters, logics, and on daily observations, experiments, and measurements also. Like even if I'm not doing any kind of measurements, I can claim like this is my by default position because I am not shaping the earth. A sphere is a kind of a shape. Triangular, sphere, everything is a shape, but flat earth is not a shape. So
Okay.
it's my by default position, and earth is
Okay.
not moving until
Got
someone
it.
can claim like there is a
Got it.
motion of. Yeah,
Got
okay.
it. Can you give one experiment using which you prove that the earth is flat?
Okay.
It's a trick question. Be careful.
I'm sorry. I will clarify. Can you give me one scientific experiment to prove that the earth is flat?
Is
Be
this
careful,
is this a
Newman.
scammer
Be
on
careful,
scammer
Newman.
crime?
Yes,
This
Yeah,
yes,
yeah,
it
is
long
is.
distance.
Yeah,
this is
There are
but
many, but for me, the long distance observation will be number one.
this is ethnic violence.
this is what ethnic violence. That's right. It's scammer on scammer crime. That was a really low blow,
Hello,
Vlad.
hello. Do you mind?
Do I need to
Humorous
go any
racism
further?
aside, hello. So, go again.
Do I need to go any further?
Yeah, at this
I
point,
will go if you
I'll
want me
summarize it
to.
if you want me to, Flat Earther, unless you feel like you want to. Go ahead.
Okay. New Moon, I've told you this before 2 years ago, and you still don't have a clue what science is or the scientific method. And that's the reason you think Jaren won the debate on the topic of science with Nathan Oakley.
Huh?
He was asked for his science. He gave long distance measurements, long distance observations. Pardon me.
Oh, now we're getting somewhere.
So there's some more background to the story. Sorry, I just sat down again. Maybe I should just be quiet. So I'm sorry. I'm in and out. Go
There's only one background you need to know, which is to say that Arthur's objection is that originally, when Jaren and I got into a tete-a-tete, and Jaren failed to understand what science was, it was perceived by NewMoon that Jaren had done a good job, and the indictment is to say, well, give us your science, because he listed it when he was asked if you know Earth's flat. He gave science as a reason for the default position, experiments, he said. So then Arthur's picked up on that and gone, okay, well, what's the experiment to prove Earth's flat? And he's gone, well, the long distance observations. You then piped up, is this scammer on scammer action, just before he got to do his victory dance. Then after that, Arthur's like, do I need to say any more? Well, no, you don't, Arthur. He doesn't know what science is. Sorry, NewMoon.
Well, Newman, I try to warn you, man. Just think about it. He asked you, what is the scientific proof that the earth is flat? Just think about it for the moment. It's a trick question. Just think.
Okay, I'll change it. So the long distance observation can falsify the radius value, R value of the known sphere that they call it's 3959 miles, right?
He asked you for scientific.
Yeah, okay. So scientific for how to prove the earth is flat, right?
It's a trick question. Once again, just think about it, bro. Okay? Before you answer, just think about it. Take 10 seconds to think about it.
If he doesn't know what natural science is, that he can't think about it, it's not something he can reconcile. He has to know what science is first to be able to know this.
Well, I didn't know that. Fair enough.
Yeah, I
It's not,
kind of want to get to what do you mean you perceived Jaren as the winner of this debate on scientific? That's what I want to get into.
We can. I'm sorry, Eli, but we can get there. But before that, let us ask New Moon what the black swan argument is and how it is actually a proof of flat earth, because he just referenced it in the words which he used. So let's just get to know more about the black swan argument proving flat earth. Go ahead, New
It's
Moon.
yeah okay. So it could be like it can destroy the R value of the Earth that they claim, the globe model claims,
How does
because
it do that? Can you please present the argument like it is?
because there should be a curvature and the things should be hidden behind the curvature, but we can still see that, even accounting the refraction and everything. We can see the horizon far behind that. So it's disproving that R value is wrong, because if it's a sphere and according to h inches per mile squared or near that, there should be a curvature
Oh,
that is not. So
how do
we
you
can
like
prove
that?
like
Okay,
what?
how do you got it? How do you like that scammer on scammer double whammy QE? He does not even know what the black swan argument is.
Why don't I know? Like you're talking about those like observation,
Well,
and
it's
that
actually
observation.
what you failed to give is the logical syllogism,
yeah.
which
You
is
got
like
the
repeated and
Why
plastered
flat earther?
everywhere since
Why you're just
2021.
saying like I don't know, and you're considering yourself like you know very much. Why you
you got
think
the
that?
conclusion right, but your reasons, your rationale wasn't the black swan argument. That's not that important. I thought you guys were going for the science part of this, and then you diverted away to the black swan. Why is that?
Yeah, if he's talking about black sun, yeah, it destroyed the globe
Because
model.
New Moon, you said that we can not see things which we should be able to see, and that was your reason. That is directly the black swan argument which you used, but you were not able to formulate it when directly asked to do so.
I have never, I have never like claimed like I'm talking about black swan argument. There are many things, many observation, and black swan is also one of them. I even know the channel name. Like his channel name is BLK something like that, and there's 69 after that, and he made that observation. I know about that. I have watched a lot of videos and good. There are many observations that can destroy the globe radius value, R value. So it's a good thing.
What
Oh
Destroying
my
yeah,
the
question was, my
oh
question
yeah,
was the
sucker. What
argument.
camera? Hold on, Fred. What camera did he use?
I think Nikon P6 P900 he used. He was
What
mentioning it.
color
I think.
shirt? What color shirt was he wearing?
I don't know about that.
What did he
Are
eat
you
for
mocking
breakfast?
Arthur?
No, I don't know about it.
Yeah, you're right, because all those are irrelevant to the point, right? So
Yeah.
if you can't parse out every single detail, doesn't mean you're being lampooned, right? So in other
Yeah.
words, if your intention, flat earther, is to get this guy versus to help him learn his mistakes, you got to decide which one you're going to do. That's my opinion on the matter.
We can go back to
Exactly.
that
That's why.
science
Exactly.
topic.
That's why Arthur. I thought it was more important to ask him why he thought Jaren won a discussion about the
Yeah,
scientific method
let's.
with Nathan versus you moving on to all of the ooh, let's catch him out to not be a flat earther questions. Like, that was so
Okay, let's go
last
back
year.
to that point. Let's go back. I have no problem. Let's continue. Any one of you, please take charge now.
Can't you really not agree to disagree? Because I even don't remember
Well,
what I said, and can you
unfortunately,
even
no.
repeat
You
it?
do
See,
have
this is
to.
when the
I'm sorry
feelings
to
start
interrupt
coming
you.
again. Look at that. You
We're
see,
only allowed one
that's how I
Indian,
know that
so
this.
you do have to come to a conclusion. One of you's got to be right.
See, this is when the feelings and the dancing starts coming in. I knew this was where we wanted to be.
Yeah, agree and disagree is non sequitur to the subject at hand. So, can he please continue? What part? What impressed you about Jeranism versus Nathan in the discussion about science? What was impressive?
I really forget that thing right now, but it's the old thing. So I really need to watch the video again and then again like come to like what Flat Earther was talking about, because I even don't remember when I talked with him. It's an old thing for me. Like after that,
So,
I'm a
so
lot of
rocks
stuff.
cause
Like I talked with
waterfalls.
a
Was
lot of
that
people
impressive?
on Discord.
So rocks causing waterfalls. Was that impressive?
Rocks
Can't remember.
causing waterfall.
You can't
I don't
remember it.
remember that. That was my event.
Look, we all know the score here, right? No offense to you. Just close your ears for a minute, NewMoon. NewMoon's like any other person that's in the chat, not really paying attention, cheering for his favourite side. Now, in this case, it's almost like popularity contest. So at that time, no offence, NewMoon, with a lack of comprehension of science, he cheered for Jaren. Now, if we want to hold this against him all day, we can, as humiliating as it is for NewMoon. Sooner not, but that's up to you guys, I guess.
No, I don't want to. Can somebody please explain to him why shapes aren't science? Then we can round this out, move on.
It's a category error. Science only deals with phenomena and the cause thereof. The phenomena must be natural. That's it. So if you haven't got a natural phenomena to study, it's not science. In the case of shapes and aspects, that's a category error. They're not science.
Thank you. You get that, NewMoon? You understand that? That's why it was a trick question when they asked you for scientific evidence of a globe. The question's non sequitur.
Yeah, Mush
Okay,
tried to help
can you
you.
tell?
Mush was there, white knighting, trying to tell you how trick a question it was, wasn't he, bastard? Wasn't helping you, was he, Arthur?
Well, Jaren wasn't going to tell him.
I was talking to Mush. Mush was like, Arthur had got him. He was like, okay, what's your experiment for flat Earth? And Mush is like, it's a trick, it's a trick, it's a trick.
You understand, NewMoon? You understand that?
Can you repeat again so I can understand it again?
Yes, the natural science and the scientific method only adjudicate natural cause and effect relationships. It has nothing whatsoever to do with identifying or proving shapes. That's geometry. You're in a category error. Good.
Okay, so means what means we cannot prove the shape of the Earth? Are you saying that?
Yeah,
With experiments, right?
It's more understanding what science is than trying to figure out a roundabout way what it isn't in a more broad way. You don't need that. If you know what it is, you'll then know everything that it isn't. So if you say tree, you can't science a tree. An apple falling from a tree or a leaf falling from a tree is something happening in nature. Once something's happening, you can say, I wonder what caused that thing to happen in nature. Then you can science the cause of that thing that happened. But to have something to study in science, first you must have something happening, like a leaf falling from a tree, as opposed to a tree. So shape, nothing's happening. It's not an occurrence in nature. It's not a phenomena, basically.
Yeah. But like nowadays, like many people say, like we cannot like apply scientific method to only natural phenomena. There are also man-made apparatus and equipment and everything we can do scientific experiment. So that's why it's
No,
a
you
little bit
can't.
of confusing.
Yeah.
But
Okay, that's fine.
the basics are there should be a natural occurring phenomena. It's a basic in
So you do
scientific method.
remember why you think Jaren won then? I hate when people.
No, we're jogging.
You
Don't
do
hold
remember.
it. Okay, look, right. Make friends and influence. Let's not alienate him too much. He's been a very naughty boy.
All right. I haven't had a cup of water yet. Just woke up.
He's a scammer, but we can help him.
Yeah. Keep trying, guys. Keep trying. Keep trying. Try a little harder. You are not trying hard enough. Please keep trying.
Nathan, could you please explain to him why man-made phenomena can't be natural science, please?
Not quite what he said, though. He said the inclusion of man-made apparatus within the actualization of hypothesis, although he didn't say that that's what he meant, I believe. Is that what you said, NewMoon? Or am I mistaken for what I heard?
Yeah, like phenomena, like we create our hypothesis based on the phenomena. So phenomena could be naturally occurring or a man-made, right? So we can do scientific experiment
No,
on
there,
both.
No,
I
you were
got it.
right.
There.
No, you were right. I was wrong. Okay, no. If something's synthetic, meaning man-made, then you already know the cause of it. A man made it.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
So
so
no
only
synthetic.
natural.
You can't have synthetic dependent variables, to be blunt. So the dependent variable is the natural phenomena observed. It can't be synthetic. That's why it has natural in front of it. It has to be natural. That's what natural science
Yeah,
is.
that's how.
Go
Yeah,
ahead.
that's how we can really deny Cavendish experiment and Foucault's pendulum also, because these both things are not naturally occurring. They have a apparatus for that, a man-made apparatus where they are charging the balls, where they are pushing
Yes.
some kind of
Yes.
force, the pendulum and everything.
Yes.
Exactly.
More importantly, the dependent variable. This is very important. The dependent variable must be natural. If it's natural, then you can use whatever you want man-made in the. You can't have an experiment without something man-made in it, right? That's the disconnect between numpty idiots and somebody that can fog a mirror. The dependent variable must be natural. Can't be synthetic. Can't be man-made, because you're looking for the cause of that dependent variable. And if the dependent variable is man-made, your independent variable always invariably man.
And overarching all of that is that it must be observed to be an observed natural phenomena to study.
Yep.
But the Globers don't really accept that. They are so, like, when we call them, like, they say no, we can't do. We can call it
The flat
science,
earthers
even if
don't
it's
accept
the
that either,
phenomenon.
unfortunately.
So let me
Okay.
read you a quote.
Let me just-
Let me read you a quote and see if you agree with this. All right. Science doesn't prove things. That's the whole point of science. It's always wrong. Do you agree or disagree?
Who said that?
That
Why? You
person,
don't. All right. Do you agree with that statement or not? It doesn't matter who said it. You can either agree or disagree based on the merits of the statement. I'll say it again. Science doesn't prove things. That's the whole point of science. It's always wrong.
Let's
like
phrase it
when I
differently.
Google.
Hold
this
on, New Moon.
stuff,
Does anybody
when I-
agree with that statement? Who agrees? Raise your hand now. Everybody disagrees with that?
All right, New Moon, agree or disagree? You need to say yes or no. Agree or disagree?
means I
Say it again.
disagree.
Sorry, say it again.
Now, who knows?
New, answer this question.
Okay,
Hold on. Say it again to him.
Okay, one second. Let me clear my throat. Science doesn't prove things. That's the whole point of science. It's always wrong.
It can be right, maybe. If
Do you agree or
every
disagree?
variable.
Do you agree or disagree with that statement?
I don't understand the statement, first of all.
Let's break it down. The statement is, number one, science doesn't prove things. Agree or
Science
disagree?
doesn't prove things.
Do you agree or disagree?
So if no, I'm really confused about that, because when I Google this thing and then all the mainstream websites of science, they say like we don't prove things.
Stop Googling it, dude.
That's fine. That's fine. That's his answer. That's fine. So you're saying you're struggling to answer because you're finding contradictory evidence when you Google it, correct?
Yeah, on some websites like mainstream science website, they say like, yeah, we science don't prove anything. So many websites.
Must remind you guys of something, doesn't it? Something that Jaren also
Yes, it
did
reminds us of
to get some.
Jaren. Yes.
Oh my goodness.
I'm with
This
you,
is
Arthur. It's
confusing
all
for
right.
me.
Okay,
I'm with you,
let's just
Arthur.
clear this up there before there's lots of rumblings. Right, New Moon. Science only proves things. That's all it does. You want me to explain why?
By definition, no,
It's not
by
about anybody's
definition or
definition.
in
It's just
real.
what science is. So it doesn't matter how anybody's defining it on Google. It's irrelevant. What science is empirical by nature. The method of science only proves things. It's all it can do at the end of the process. The only outcome of an application of science is proof. That's the only outcome.
Yeah, by definition, and by their how they build the science, and like science is a kind of thing that is like dealing with the physical phenomena and everything. And by definition, science is there to prove what is truth. So it's right, yeah.
So
By
based on,
definition, science proves things.
but I mean,
But I like for example, I
should
don't
be
know.
your justification
In
for why
reality, I
was
don't know.
incorrect also. So that isn't why science only proves things, but fine, you acknowledge and accept it, which is good. It's a start. Therefore, obviously, you disagree with a statement that says science doesn't prove things.
He
You
just said he
therefore
didn't
disagree.
accept it. You missed it. He said, I understand that's how it's defined, but I don't know if I believe that.
Fine, that's okay. I did miss that. You're right. Thank you for interrupting in that instance. I was going to get annoyed with you. No, I did miss that. Okay, now, if I can beg your indulgence, right, New Moon, I'll explain why it can only prove things. The method of science.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so what the method does is vary something that is assumed to hopefully cause the thing you observed first. So you're going to observe something happening and then go, I think if I vary this, that will happen. Okay? That's the basic principle that you're going to be using. I vary A and see if B, that's the phenomena we're studying, B, will happen. So you're trying to make B, the thing that happened in nature, happen by varying A. Do you follow along so far?
Yeah, we are
Okay.
changing one variable and getting result at different position. Yeah.
You're hoping to induce the phenomena that you studied or you observed to occur. So you vary A,
Yeah, there's a-
and hopefully B will happen. That's the hope. Do you understand so far?
Yeah, establishing a connection. Yeah, right.
Right. But within the hypothesis, you have a zero difference result. Now that's called a null hypothesis. Now the null states that if I vary A, B will not happen. Do you understand?
If we are proving the null, right?
Proving the null right is showing that when A is varied, B does not happen. Nothing happens. It's a zero difference result. You vary A and get zero difference. Nothing happens. It does not cause B. Do you understand?
Yeah.
So if you have both of those predictions alongside one another, that is, one prediction says I vary A and B will happen, and the other says I vary A and B will not happen. Do you understand that you can't have both be true at the same time? Do you understand?
Yeah, only one could be true.
So when you vary A, one will be proven then. You understand?
Yeah.
So at the end of this process, we get proof then. That's all we get at the end of the process. Do you understand?
No, he doesn't.
For
Answer
that
for him.
particular scientific.
Do you understand that only one can be proven, and that is the only outcome at the end of the process? Proof of one or other. Not both. Just one or the other will be proven. Do you understand?
Yeah, it's right.
So science only proves things then. You understand?
Yeah, but science also says like there could be a hope for hidden variables also that we don't understand.
No. There's only one. It's called independent. It's an independent variable. That means on its own, alone, one of them. No. If you're doing more than one, you're not following the method correctly because you only have one variable. It's independent.
He's appealing to the unknown. We're dealing with the known, not the. We're not trying to.
All we want to square away at this point, John, is that where previously NewMoon might have been under the misapprehension that Jaren's batshit insane misapprehensions about science not proving things is and was always wrong. Because science proves things. That's the purpose of it.
Jaren accepted that. He sent. I have, like, firsthand. I've spoken to Jaren, and he says, "Of course, science proves things, but if a researcher does the method wrong, then it's that could be a problem." That's his only
No, that
point.
means he doesn't understand. There's an explicit and specific requirement for systematic experimentation built within the method. So for him to say, if there's a flaw with an individual's setup, no. You've not appreciated the systematic experimentation stage then, Jaren.
No, you missed it. No, hold on. No. If you're not doing the scientific method, you're not doing the scientific method.
You're saying that if there's an error, are you saying that if the excuse stands true and there's an error, then you're not following the method, full stop?
Right. If the researcher's incompetent and does not know the method and does not do the method, not the method's fault.
Yeah, they didn't do science. Not that science got it wrong. That they didn't do science. If they don't adhere to the
I
method.
see your point now. Yes, correct. Regardless, NewMoon didn't give a justifiable answer to originally. Kudos, by the way, Arthur's question. Hence, we've had to take him by the hand and say this is how science proves things. Because that's all it does. But he was in two minds about whether to answer the statement that categorically said science doesn't prove things. That's the good thing about science. It's always wrong. No. Now, you could argue that ipso facto, upon proving the null, you automatically disprove the alternative. Yes, that's true also, because the violation of the law of non-contradiction would apply if it wasn't the case. However, you automatically have to be proving something in order to be disproving the other half of the hypothesis. The outcome you're hoping for isn't proving the bleeding null. That's not what you hope for. It's just the automatic outcome if you validate it. It is proven.
So, Nathan, if you want to continue with this topic, you can, but I would like to suggest a segue while you are at it, educating NewMoon about science and the scientific method. So, the third most important point when it comes to flat earth is about the second law of thermodynamics and the antecedent consequent relationship of container. Let's go through that if you wish. Otherwise, you can continue with the point you
Well,
were at.
before we go on to anything, we need to point out that we've got a claim in the background that Jaren has acquiesced to this point, and it sounds like he did it in a chat or a conversation. So then the question needs to be asked, did he do it in his forward-facing presentation to the greater community at large? Because he definitely said all of these claims and accusations against Nathan in the fallout of what happened between Bob and Nathan, et cetera, ad infinitum. He definitely said all these things in his public forward-facing thing that were definitely confused by many people who took him to claim, or at least understood him from their point of view, that he was claiming science doesn't prove anything. So if he hasn't done that publicly and nobody can point to it, then it still stands that the effect of his presence in the community is causing people to believe contrary-wise to the truth.
Yes, well
Right.
put.
For example, the conversation that happened today with you is the same conversation Nathan tried to have with Jaren on one of his live streams. So the question, so it goes back to the point of it's not agree or disagree. In this instance, the scientific method is establishing a cause and effect relationship when you observe a natural phenomenon. The question is, what caused that? That's it. So if you thought there was anything extra to this, anything more to this, that this is all that Nathan told Jaren, and Jaren didn't agree.
Or, in the interest of balance, science doesn't prove anything and Nathan's a scammer. Just so Jaren's point of view is also put here for balance also.
Can I just make a point here? I'm going to use an example. There's people out there, and you say to them, heat causes water to boil. It's proven through a scientific method. And they'll go, well, they'll say things like, well, pressure can cause water to boil as well. That means they don't understand the hypothesis, and they don't understand the relationship between pressure and temperature. No, pressure can only cause water to boil when the water is holding on to the outside temperature, and the outside temperature is warm enough for when that pressure gets to that point, it will cause it. But you can't have 0 Kelvin, which is no Kelvin. Now, in reality, you can't have 0 Kelvin anyway. It's impossible. But the point being is, you can't have, and this was Adam's point a couple of years ago, you can't have 0 Kelvin and get water to boil. You need temperature. You can have very low pressures or very high pressures, but with 0 Kelvin, now you can't have high pressures without temperature either. This is the problem. But hypothetically, if you have 0 Kelvin, water will not be boiling.
Right, this would have been, if only everybody paid attention to QE.
Just one second.
Sorry.
I'm trying to finish off. I'm just at the end. Only heat is the cause of water boiling. Nothing else. Go on, Nathan.
I was going to say this. I remember this from years ago when QE was going through it with Betty, and I can't remember which way around. Either Betty criticised QE or QE criticised Betty for the lack of control variables stated within the assertion about water boiling at 100 degrees. So there was an extra sentiment or statement or whatever you want to call it added to that phraseology. There's an added phrase added. There you go, which was at sea level. With just that small addition, you're controlling everything as you would be if it was as it is being declared to be.
But the 100 degrees.
Go on.
No, but I have to stop you, Nathan. The 100 degrees is only just an average. It is not part of the hypothesis.
No, water boiling is the hypothesis. Why does it boil is the question. I get that, but I'm just saying that when it was formulated to exclude any misunderstandings, the way that QE eventually formulated it was to include some of the controls that would have to be in place. That is to say, you don't do it as you're taking off in an aeroplane, or you do it at a fixed place so that you've got a fixed atmospheric pressure. As much as I hate using that term, that's the term that gets used. It's almost like I should do this first. You're correct. You can't have pressure unless there's temperature. These two things are intrinsically entwined together, and the variable that's going to be disclosed is going to be the heat, not the arbitrary construct we wrap around it, or the pressure that's necessitated and intrinsically linked to it anyway, which is your point. So just to acknowledge that.
Yeah, fair enough. Heat is a quality, not a quantity. So, for example, 0 Kelvin is not 0 heat. It's the absence of heat. There's no metric of a thing that's 0. 0 is a description of a state of affairs of the absence of something. So in 0 Kelvin, there is no heat present. So if heat is the cause, then you'd never get boiling water because there's no heat.
Very well phrased. Yeah, notice I just used the word heat. No description of the cold, which in these terms, there isn't such a thing. 0 Kelvin, you could describe as the absence of any heat, but it's not cold. And being colder is kind of a misnomer. having one thing that's lower in temperature than another. It's like, well, okay, what if that's 150 degrees versus 100 degrees centigrade? Both are going to kill you, you know, but one's colder. Well, yeah. There's only less heat, right?
Can I just point out where people get things wrong concerning that thing with pressure and temperature, right? Where they get it wrong is this. They see water boiling in a vacuum chamber, right? And they think, all right, so the water was put in there, and let's say you take a bottle of water and you put it into the vacuum chamber. You have it down in the room with you. You put it into the vacuum chamber, and you bring down the pressure, and the water starts to boil. And people think, all right, that means the pressure causes the water to boil, right? No. The reason that that bottle of water that you put in there is boiling is because it's maintaining the external temperature it had before the pressure was brought down. So because it's holding on to 15 degrees Celsius or 20 degrees Celsius, whatever it is that's in your room at the time, because of that, right, that's why it boils when you bring the temperature down or the pressure down. But if you put that bottle of water, you carry that bottle of water and you walk up a mountain, right, will that bottle of water start boiling? Unless you will that water boil unless you put it with heat underneath it? No. The reason it won't is because the temperature, the internal temperature of the water is dropping as you're going up in altitude because the external temperature is dropping. And that's why that bottle of water doesn't boil as you carry it up a mountain. Otherwise, bottles of water will be boiling in your hand as you're walking up a mountain. You know, if you're going up a mountain for a hike, the bottle of water should start boiling at that point. If you started off at 20 degrees Celsius, you're going up the mountain and it drops down to whatever degrees and suddenly the water should start boiling. No, it's about the temperature it holds on to. And it can't hold on to that temperature if you're walking up a mountain. You know what I mean? It can't do that. But it can do it inside in a room or a laboratory. That's where people get this thing wrong.
Yes.
Word. Any rebuttals or thoughts, new guy, new moon?
New guy. Really not.
Yeah, I agree. Like, and did you see the map I posted, like bipolar model? Like, can we talk about that? Like, I will prepare something and then we on live we can talk about that model.
NewMoon, can you just, after all this, can you just tell me right now what is the best scientific proof the Earth is flat? After hearing all this,
To prove the Earth is flat,
It's a
scientific
trick
proof.
question. It's a trick question. Keep in mind, it's a trick question.
go ahead, NewMoon. What is the
So
best
you give me,
scientific proof the Earth is flat?
you give me, then I can say I agree or not.
Say what, bro?
You give me that scientific proof, and then I can say yeah, I agree or I don't.
Okay.
I will
Oh
give
my
my answer.
God.
After all
Yeah.
this, after
All
all
Oh
this,
right.
my
bro.
God, dude.
Start
Oh my
over
God,
again.
dude.
Start over again,
Oh my,
please. Start
no,
over again.
please, no. I got up, got breakfast. Nathan was explaining. He was right near the end, and it seemed like you were all on board. You seemed like you got it. Then somebody concludes, give me the best scientific evidence for the globe. And you say, wait a second. You tell me and I'll tell you if you agree. What? Huh? Are you
Start all
retarded?
over again. Let's try. Let's try
Are you
again.
retarded? No,
Let's
man,
be
hold on.
Come on,
friendly.
This is a serious question. It's a very serious question. Are you retarded? Agree or disagree? My
Hello, are you
God,
asking
man.
me?
Yeah, you must. You get. All right, I'm out. Later.
No, I disagree. I disagree.
No, okay. Listen,
Listen, I'm not. I think he's
it's
been through enough that we don't need to punish him any further. So to help a brother out, I'm going to tell you the answer, friend. The answer is that's the wrong tool for the job. You can't
Mhm.
give scientific evidence of a geometric claim because they're two different things. It's like asking, how do you stir the pudding with a division? You know, like how do you stir the pudding with cross multiplication? Can I stir pudding with cross multiplication? The answer is no. Can't be done.
You need long division to stir
And
puddings.
the same incoherence. Oh man.
My bad, I was just making a joke. I said you need long division to stir a pudding. It's just a joke.
So let me summarize. NewMoon is a numpty and he doesn't understand a word of what you're saying right now.
Well,
I want
NewMoon,
to
I'm
say
going to
I
give you the benefit
disagree,
of the
but
doubt
like,
that now that I parsed it out, that you can't use the wrong tool because it's not even applicable and can't even be applied. Do you understand, or do you not understand?
Yeah, because we are talking about the geometry and the shapes, and we cannot apply the scientific method to it, right? Science doesn't deal
Correct.
with the shapes, right? Okay.
Correct.
So there is no scientific proof for the flat Earth.
Correct. It's not. It's a category
Okay,
error.
so yeah, I got new thing. Yeah, right. It's a good thing. Yeah.
Ask him
Right,
the
that was
question
close.
again.
That's sorry.
So, do you believe for sure? No, I'm only joking.
So please
Now let's
provide
just
your best scientific evidence for a flat Earth.
Scientific evidence for flat Earth.
Yes, that's what you're being asked for, NewMoon.
Again, like it will be a positive claim first of all, and
Oh
so
my God!
Start all over again, guys. Start all over again. Try harder. You are
There's only.
tried
Let's
hard
just tell
enough.
him.
Oh no,
It's
I
too
think I
painful.
see
Let
the
me just tell
problem
him.
here. I think
Let me just tell him.
I
Right.
see.
There's only one correct answer, NewMoon, and that's that you can't give scientific evidence for flat Earth because it's a category error. It's not a cause and effect relationship. Flat Earth's not a cause and effect. It's not science, so you can't give scientific evidence. So the only right answer is to point out to the person that's asking that it's a category error.
category error. Okay.
Yeah.
So like, but evidences.
Yeah, you can't have scientific evidence for an
After
aspect because it's not a cause and effect relationship, right? There's no phenomena.
Hey Nathan, after all of this, let's just ask him what's a scientific hypothesis. Let's start there. Forget about, let alone independent and dependent variables. Just ask him what a hypothesis is.
Like, yeah, we can hypothesize, like if we are going to a like lake, we are like doing some long distance observation. If the Earth is curved,
See,
then
see, Nathan.
exposing it.
Now deal with it.
He's
Now deal
exposing
with
it.
it.
He's exposing it. Arthur's like, I want to say Arthur's wrong, but he's exposing that this guy is just talking, but it's like nothing is getting in or coming out. Dude, you can't you can't hypothesize with measurements. Like that's not a thing. Like a hypothesis is if A then B. It's your supposition as to what's causing the natural phenomena. It has nothing to do with long distance anything. It's another trick question that you fell for. After all of the like,
It's early doors.
bro.
It's early doors. We've got to unbrainwash the Jaren out of him.
okay.
Always going to be a trick question that we use as a litmus test. Does this person know what science is? If we ask them, can you give me the science of a tree? They go, well, it kind of depends on whether or not I'm making a positive claim. You go, this person doesn't know what science is. You can't science a tree. So, and it's no different when we say, give us a science for flat Earth or globe. Give us a science for your globe. The moment they go, well, I've got Cavendish or I've got anything. It doesn't matter what they say. They're automatically excluding themselves from the conversation because they don't know what science is. If they don't go, science for a globe? Globe's not something happening. How can I give you science for it?
There's something more disturbing here. He just agreed milliseconds before that The shapes cannot be scienced. And then you ask him, what is his scientific evidence, best scientific evidence for a shape? And he goes, wait a second. If he hesitates, if he only hesitates, right, then we got a stage 5 clinger numpty dipshit on our hands.
No
They
need.
can't
Yeah, we
put
cannot prove the shape like he was just dealing about the curvature.
No, QE, do you want me to summarize once again?
No,
So,
that's
new
fine,
moon.
Arthur. No, we got it. We got it.
There's no help. I'm sorry. I hate to be harsh, but if somebody can do that to you and can't hold that thought in their mind and make a therefore conclusion in like 3 seconds, that's I'm sorry. You're a retard.
No need.
Yeah, like
First time he's hearing
like
it.
if I tell like we was not talking about the shapes, yeah, of course, but the experiment or observation, whatever you say, we are doing when long distance, we are just trying to know like is there any kind of concavity, convexity, or the
Oh
level,
my
like
God.
what's the like is there any curvature? So
Sure.
this is what we are dealing with.
It's just not science, though, is it?
Like to know like there is a curvature or not, like we are not saying like if there is a curvature then it should be a globe, or if there is no, so yeah, it's right what you are saying, like we don't deal with shapes in science, right? But
Go on,
if we are
Nathan.
dealing with like, if there
Ask
is
him
a
again.
curvature or not.
Nathan, ask him again.
Okay, but I won't ask him again.
I
Just
dare
if
you.
he understands why we would ask. Do you now understand, NewMoon, why
We're
we'd
hurting him,
ask?
dude.
Go on.
We're hurting him, bro. There's 5 modalities of learning, okay? And we're punishing him with one. Maybe he's not good at that one. So let's check his IEP so we can accommodate his disability.
No need.
Can I say something?
What I mean by that is
your baptism of
what I
fire,
mean by that
NewMoon.
is if,
That's how it is.
yeah. So I'll give you a different analogy, New Moon. So I work in construction and I have a holster that I carry on my hip, and that holster carries a tape measure. It doesn't carry a science. So when I want to measure the 2x4, I don't take out my science from my tape measure holster. I take out my tape measure. If you ask me measure this 2x4, there's no pocket on my rig that holds a science. In fact, the one pocket holds a hammer, the other one holds a tape measure, right? I'm not going to take out my hammer to measure the 2x4. That would be the wrong tool. I'm going to take out my tape measure. Do you follow yet?
Yeah, listening. Yep.
So if I ask you if you work on my crew and I say, hey, can you give me the scientific experiment for the length of that 2x4? The correct answer is heck no. That's retarded.
You're clear.
Hey, new moon.
You got that? Hold on.
Hey, new moon.
Just let him acknowledge it. We just want to hear him say yes or have him mumble or say something. Do you acknowledge what you've just had explained
You
to you?
ruined it. You ruined it, Nathan. I was just going to say, hey, new moon, @flat Arthur. Remember the name. And मेरे चैनल पे तो आते ही होगे. कभी लाइव स्ट्रीम में भी आ जाना, तुम्हें वहीं पे नंगा करूंगा. ठीक है?
Why you're abusing me and you're saying to come on your channel that I don't know, and saying like I will make you like you'll shame me, you will make me nude in front of your audience. I don't know about your channel, really. I have never been to your channel. Why you're saying
You
like
got the
I
translation,
came
Nathan.
to your channel?
Fine, talk.
You got the
Why you
translation from
abusing
new
me?
moon.
He's abusing me in
What?
Hindi, so you
This
guys
is
I
can
will
listen.
continue
scammer
in
on
English.
scammer
New
crime.
moon.
This is scammer on
I will
scammer crime.
continue in
No,
English.
it's not. No need for the overt racism can end now, please.
Okay,
I
New
will
Moon.
continue in English.
Hold on,
I will
Flat Earther.
continue. My
I
God.
love your passion. I love your passion. This is tantamount to asking you: do you understand that a red, delicious apple is red? And then you say yes. And then the next breath, I ask you, are red, delicious apples red? And you say, wait a second. If you say red immediately, right? There's big problems in fucking Narnia.
That's right.
Follow that. They just explained to you what science is and what science isn't. and you agreed. You understood it. I heard you. You were all over it. But then they make another statement that say, "Is this science?" And you say, "Wait a second. Let's agree." No, that's incoherent. Do you follow that? You should immediately say, when somebody says, after they summarized everything about science and it can't adjudicate shapes, and then somebody asks you, what's your best scientific evidence for a shape? Then you should say it should become to you immediately that that's a malformed question. It's a category error. Do you follow? Do you
Yeah, I got it.
understand my point of view?
He's got it. He said yes.
Yeah, I got it. I totally agree with you. Like we cannot like if we are like just talking about the shape, but yeah, but down deep to the main thing, we like when people do that kind of observation, they are just checking is there any kind of curvature or not. So we are not saying so it's
Kiwi,
Fair enough.
Kiwi,
So
you
if I
don't get
ask
it
you,
that he doesn't get it.
so
Can
if
I
I ask
please?
you, I'm going to
Uh,
ask you again. Please provide one shred of scientific evidence for a flat Earth. Go.
if we are considering it's a shape, so there is no evidence because we are like just dealing with the like we are claiming like Earth should be flat, so it's a hypothesis, right? I
Yes.
don't know.
Thank God.
There is no.
No, he said it's a hypothesis.
No, he didn't.
Yes, he did.
Did he?
Yes, he did.
No. If we think like that, but yeah, there should be no.
So
you're using scientific terms, and it's
Oh
like
my God.
Well, go ahead.
Language barrier, guys. Give him some.
All you have to say, that's a malformed question, QE, you numpty dipshit, and you'd be good. Right. I'm going to ask you again. Do you have any scientific evidence for a flat Earth? NewMoon.
No, because as you say, it's a scientific malfunction. Because we are just making a. We are talking about the shapes, right?
Yeah.
That science thing.
Yeah. So no science in it. Thank God. We can move on.
Thank you for teaching me that.
No hypothesis in it either.
Can I take this opportunity and go ahead to prove how he is a liar? So I will continue in English and there will be no more Hindi. Just one question to New Moon. Do you know Chanakya Tiwari of India who talks about flat earth in his channel?
I have saw his stuff, but I don't like, so I don't watch his stuff. Like I have watched his videos 2 or 3 times, and I've also been on his channel. Then I left, and I don't go to his channel or chat with him from last 1 year or more than that. So I don't. Yeah, I know about that. Know about him, but I'm not subscribed to him.
So any other flat earther from India that you are aware of? Can you give me a few names?
No, zero.
Okay, I'm done. I rest my case.
Yeah, cool.
You guys can
Hello,
continue,
Mr. Thompson.
please. That's all I needed to know.
This is
Now you need to apologize.
a scammer on scammer crime. We need to move on from this.
I have a feeling we're being scammed here.
Hold on. NewMoon deserves an apology after the last statement of him being a liar on that. Sorry, Flat Earth, but you need to apologize to him.
I mean, we have had a conversation with before. I can show you the clip where I was talking to New Moon, and then the person through which we were talking, he does acknowledge that he knows that person, but I know that he has been on his channel for a number of videos, and from that I conclude that they must know each other. So he's just lying that he does not know me or remember me. So he does not know me. That cannot be the case because we have talked together. He does not remember me is upon him. I can't really make a claim about that, whether he remembers that or not, but I have evidence of
Well,
talking
you're
to him, and
claiming
I can
on
give you that.
him remembering, though. That's why your assumptions are wrong, and because you
I
can't
really don't
say
remember
that
you.
whether he
We're
remembers
missing
it
a
or not.
very important thing here. Flat Arthur, maybe you're just not that memorable.
Or he just fell in with a bad crowd, and we all make mistakes. Sometimes we put our faith in people like Jaron, and that's not, that's just one of those things.
But he did say that he does not know me. We have talked
I
before.
really don't know you. Like you're saying, like you
Dude,
meet me on someone else channel. Did I came to your channel anytime? You can see like you can, if you can tell me, then I can apologize. But I really don't
So
know you.
that's why. So that's
There
why
might
first
be
words out of That's why first words out of my mouth were at the red flat Arthur. Remember the name and do follow and subscribe. You guys can continue. I don't want to bore you anymore with this numpty dipshit.
what the hell?
Yeah,
If I
he's
don't remember someone
I-
I met
there's-
2 years back, then I'm numpty. Wow, great.
well, moving on. I mean, just ignore Arthur. Well, received, understood Arthur. But I think that Huey's question of what will fix this is where we're at, because it's look at how rough it is out here.
You can't make people smarter. Sorry. You can't fix this.
Is this a situation of we're being scammed by someone who's pretending not to understand? Or is it a situation of, hello, Mr. Thompson, if you're from the 90s, you should understand what that means?
Nah, because regular people act like this too. It's like that a regular person will act normal until you hit them with trick questions. So, people really don't know shit. It's like, what can we do about that?
oh
We were
yeah,
the
look,
same
there's
way.
an astute observation that you just made, brother, which is this. A lot of people that come to this topic are getting information from all different sources and they have to parse it out and deal with it. Right? So we can't throw every single person who's confused and hasn't yet arrived at a conclusion that makes any sense under the bus as if they're irrelevant, liars, untoward, have moral, disambiguation that causes them to be, bad apples essentially that need to be thrown out, right? Because rest assured,
Yeah, I
that's
would.
what each faction within Flat Earth does, right? So they'll create their own new faction, and then they'll say those other guys are bad.
Yeah, it's the Judean People's Front versus the People's Front of Judea kind of stuff.
Yeah.
I want to make a bigger distinction between the other all the other flat earthers that are doing that in this show, because all we do is tell people, no, what you're telling people is science is not science. No, what you're telling people there are measurements for, there are measurements. That's literally all we do. We don't tell people that other people are bad for no reason. We say, hey, Witz is bad because he's a liar. Listen to where he lied at, and then we press play. There's a big difference.
But when I'm referring to NewMoon, because I kind of started that off there a little bit, I said he's either just having us on, trolling us, or it's an hello, Mr. Thompson situation. The reason I'm using the hello, Mr. Thompson thing, just to give a bit of background on what that is. Back in the 90s, there was an episode of The Simpsons, right? And in this episode, it was a mock-up of the movie, that movie with Nick Nolte and Cape Fear, right? The remake of Cape Fear. And in that, Homer Simpson and the Simpsons had to get a different identity of the FBI. And they had Homer Simpson sitting down behind the desk, the FBI guys, and they said, so from now on, you're not Homer Simpson. From now on, you're Jake Thompson. So when I say to you, hello, Mr. Thompson, you say, hello, right? How are you? And Homer went, okay, you understand this? And Homer went, yes. And the man said, okay, let's give it a try. Hello, Mr. Thompson. And Homer sits there with a deadpan face on him, right? So man goes, okay, right, that doesn't seem to work, right? So when I say to you, hello, Mr. Thompson, you say hi and nod your head. Do you understand? And Homer Simpson goes, yes. And the man goes, hello, Mr. Thompson. And Homer Simpson sit there totally motionless with a deadpan face. Right? They went through several stages of this, but they got to the point where the man says, when I tap on the table twice, right, and wink at him and say, hello, Mr. Thompson, right, you, right, tap your foot on the floor. Do you understand? Yes. Hello, right, tap the table twice, winked at your man and said, hello, Mr. Thompson, and Homer just sat there with a deadpan face. So it's we're either being had here, or NewMoon is saying, yes, 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 I understand. Then when we ask him the question, he doesn't understand. It can't be anywhere in between, either one or the other.
Yes, and I remember the episode. Stamping on his foot.
Hello, Mr. Thompson.
Stamping on him.
Brilliant. One of the funniest scenes in The Simpsons history. Absolutely. Top 10, top 5. Do you understand, NewMoon?
Oh. Oh my god, like I was doing something. I was not aware of you, like what you're saying.
Don't worry about
it.
It's like a dinner time. Yeah.
Do you understand what scientific method is now?
Yeah, better. After this conversation, of course.
What is it then?
Yeah, better than before. And I will do more research as I do.
Yeah, but I asked you what it is. What is it?
What's kind of sound or something?
Keep trying, Brian.
No,
Keep trying.
sometimes you do have to.
I'm
when you hear
asking
new
NewMoon a question.
But you know that like when you hear new
forget it.
information, you can understand that it's logical consistency, and still not be able to repeat it back, especially under pressure when someone's asking. You can literally,
Yeah, I know
you
all
can
that.
be
I know
listening
all
to
that.
someone, and then they say, "What did I just say?" And you can stumble and have to take a few moments to literally remember, even though you were engaged. That does happen. Like so.
Yeah, that's fine.
Again,
I'm aware of all that. Now, let me just go back to the question. I'm fully aware of that. So, NewMoon, what is scientific method?
The scientific method is kind of like if there is a natural occurring phenomena, then we are creating our hypothesis to test it, right? So to test it, we are making an hypothesis. Then we are having a variable that and making a connection, right? Like as Nathan told, like if there is a, then it's causing B to change its whatever, right?
Yeah,
so
pretty much.
then we are
We're looking
doing
for the.
our test, making results and proving or disproving something. So it's scientific method, basically.
Yeah. So we're looking for the natural cause to a naturally observed effect. It's that simple. And anything that sits outside of that is not natural science. If it can't be put through scientific method, it can't be called science. And if it is being called science, but it wasn't proven through scientific method, it's pseudoscience by definition. Now, the geometry of the Earth is obviously got nothing to do with science. You would determine the geometry of something via measurement. That's how you angles, measurement, things like that. That's how you determine geometry. You don't determine it through a scientific hypothesis. That's not how it works. It's that simple. That's really all that Nathan was trying to get across to you. Now, do you understand that? NewMoon.
Can you please repeat the last line?
I said you don't determine the geometry of something, whether it be the geometry of the Earth or the geometry of your kitchen or anything else, via scientific method. That's a completely wrong thing to do it with. But you will determine the natural cause to a naturally observed effect in nature with scientific method. Do you understand that?
Yeah, I understand. I agree with that. Yeah.
So if someone asks you for what's your best scientific proof of flat Earth, what would be your response?
There should be no proof because we are not dealing with issues in science.
Perfect.
Exactly.
Hooray.
Good man.
That's
Right.
it. Great. Hopefully this has
Yeah, but we
helped.
can still talk about the curvature. Is there any curvature or not?
No.
Like it
No.
could be true or not.
No, Arthur. No. But
That's not
I
Arthur.
do.
Arthur,
That's not Arthur. It's NewMoon.
I'm so
I did
sorry.
not hear it
Oh
well.
my
Can we?
God.
You're racist.
I'm
He
sorry,
can't
Eli.
be
I'm
racist.
sorry,
He's
Eli, but
black.
I did not.
Racist.
Oh my God. I'm sorry, Eli, but I did not get that last part quite right from New Moon. And by the way, I am Arthur, and
No,
the
wait,
other
no.
scammer is
Okay, so I
New
was
Moon.
right to interrupt, but it wasn't Arthur. It was
Yeah.
actually you interrupted, and I see. I anticipated that this is the one thing that you still have to overcome. You have to overcome affirming the consequent, because
No,
when
you have
someone
to overcome racism. He's
whatever,
racist. He's saying that
whatever.
you guys sound the same. Yeah, Elijah's racist is the problem here.
Me and chocolate sound the same all the time. It's not because we're
It's
both
all
from New
right,
York or
chocolate. It's all right, chocolate. No problem.
anything.
Oh, I'm sorry. All you blacks are just the same.
That is true.
It's all right, chocolate.
Look, if we just agree with all these racist stereotypes, then they'll all be fine.
The reason I pointed that out is because someone can say, "Hey, look at this effect in some kind of device somewhere, or some kind of measurement or observation somewhere," and they'll conclude that whatever premise they have is true because of this observation. I'm under the
That's
impression
all
that
I'm
he can
saying,
still
Eli.
fall for
That's
that.
all I'm saying. Let us begin at the very beginning. You ask him what can be counted as a natural phenomenon, and voila, you will get the time to laugh again. Let's just ask him.
You really got it out for New Moon, Flat Earther.
Yeah, well, hopefully, given that he's been tolerant, that's NewMoon's been tolerant of us dragging through him edge backwards with respect to what science is. I would hope that that's at least to some degree alleviated Arthur's concerns about him being, disingenuous and a liar and all the things he's accused him of. At least he's had the patience to go through this with us, right? I would hope that's alleviated some concerns of Arthur's.
No.
Well,
You did not get my summary right.
I got a good
Nathan,
question.
you
What do you think about the
Jesus,
science
would you just
behind?
allow Arthur to speak? Shut the hell up.
Oh,
You did not
Arthur.
get my summary right, Nathan. Not that he is trying to understand and all those things. He's a numpty. He does not get a word of what you are saying. He's just a passive listener to your channel and gets the keywords, just like many other people. He does not really understand what you are talking about. And the past 1 or 2 hour of conversation, I don't think all of it made any sense to him. And just a public service announcement from Brian, because I learned it from Brian's statement. Please try to
All
speak
your
in
all
small
your
sentences.
words are
New Moon, please
pulled up
let me give
with
a
not
public service
without evidence.
announcement. Just a second, New Moon. A
How can
public
you
service
announce
announcement.
regarding me anything?
New Moon, just a public service
It's
announcement
like
for the rest of the
you're
panel.
thinking like
I'm
you're
going to
president
stop
and
right
I am under
now.
you.
How
He's
can you
I'm
stop?
going to
rumpusing him,
stop
boy.
in
No
a
Yeah, it's
public
second.
rumpusing
service
him.
announcement.
He knows what's coming. It's going to be detrimental to him, isn't it, Arthur? Let's be honest. That's why he's rumpusing you.
I'm just a public service announcement and then I'll stop. I will let you guys
No,
continue
no,
with
flat
New Moon.
earther. I'll ask you
But
one
let me
question.
go through it, New Moon. Why can't I get it through?
Okay, let's.
Okay. You talk. I'm mute. Again,
Okay,
I'm
just
on.
a
Go on then. What's
second.
your public service
30
announcement? Let's hear it.
seconds. Whenever you talk to New Moon, talk in small sentences.
Just rude.
Please.
Oh,
No
that's
need.
bad.
No need.
anyway, so I did have a good question, seeing as that it's the
Go ahead,
theme
chocolate.
of the season. Thank
You
you.
can stop rumpusing chocolate.
What do you think about the science behind Ether.
Oh, shut up.
Oh, shit.
Okay, I'll ask flat earther. Like, if there is a water, like if there is a lake that is like there is a 10-kilometer across lake, right? And the water is still. So is it a naturally occurring phenomena that we can observe or not?
If the water's still, then you're asking if there's nothing happening to the water, is it a phenomena? Is that your question?
Yeah, means there is no man-made force applied. So there is a water in the lake. The lake is very big, like 10 kilometers across. There is a guy in that shirt
Man-made
and
force.
across. I'm asking, sorry, what's his name? Flat Earther, right? So is it a natural occurring phenomena? There is a lake, and we are going and observing it from a long distance
Okay,
observation of that lake.
I got it. I will
Yeah.
like the mod. Got it, New Moon. I would like the moderator, which he was correct in doing, Nathan Oakley, in clarifying your question. Nathan Oakley, can you please ask him to clarify his question once again?
Is your question, is a lake a phenomena?
No, no, no. If there is a lake and if there's a lake, right, and we are going to observe, so is it like lake is a natural, right? There's a natural lake, and we are observing it, right? We are just observing it from like what is the water? Is it like curving or not curving on the lake, on the natural lake? So is it a naturally occurring event that we
Well,
can scientifically test?
He's
Like,
asking
is there
Arthur.
any curvature
He's asking
for
Arthur.
that lake?
So I
You're
will
watching the
clarify.
lake. You're
You're
watching the
watching the
lake.
lake, right?
What is in nature, and then you are looking for. What are you looking for?
Let me clear this up.
That's
This
helpful,
is ridiculous.
Sasha. Thanks. Thanks. That cleared everything up. Appreciate it.
Let me clear it up. What New Moon is asking is that if we go to a lake and see a lake because the lake is natural, and we try and determine if there's any curvature to the water of the lake, right? Would that lake, just being a lake, be a naturally observed phenomenon that we and would we us trying to determine if there's curvature be us doing
Yeah, we got his
an
question.
experiment?
We got his question.
That's what
That
I
was
think.
his question. It was directed at Arthur, though.
Okay. Okay. No, as long as nothing is happening, it is not a phenomena.
That's it.
What are you talking about? Why you're just shouting, and other than like
He's answering
detail?
you.
Like
He's
I'm
answered
asking
you.
you.
Hold on,
There is a,
NewMoon. Hold on, both of you. Hold on, stop,
New
stop,
Moon,
stop.
you
Stop a
numpty
second.
dipshit.
Both of you stop.
Emphasize.
Stop. Hello. Conclusion drawn. Stop. Hello. The reason he went,
okay, Nathan is the moderator.
I'm trying to conclude because he concluded with a very concise answer to your question. Your question being, if you got a lake, is it a phenomenon to study if there's curve or not? That's a concise summary of your question. He's like, no, because nothing's happening. And to figure out the cause of an effect is something happening. Lake, nothing's happening. So he answered you. That's
Okay,
it.
so like if we have a hypothesis, like if we are going for a test, like there is a curvature or not, so we can create our hypothesis, right?
Okay.
No.
Time to start over again, guys.
See, this is
Let's try harder this
know he's
time.
lying.
Let's try harder
Hold
this
on,
time.
Brian, you've got the same objection as Arthur, but let Arthur have it. Go ahead, Arthur.
That was my objection.
Start all over again. Start all
sounds
over
like
again.
Arthur.
Try harder this time.
Elijah sounds like Arthur. Are you
Hold on,
Why you are
everyone
trying
sounds
to
like
clear
Arthur.
other people?
Let's try
When there
that
is a
once
general
more.
discussion, why you are trying to
Just
trigger the
Arthur.
people?
Just Arthur.
Let us start over again and try harder this time, guys.
Why harder?
Yeah, because you've rinsed
Observe
and
natural
repeated.
phenomena. Lake.
Lake's not a phenomena. Saying, well, there could be curve. That's not something happening.
Yeah, all that was surplus to requirements. Everything having to do with the lake, besides the lake being there and it's natural, everything else was superfluous to the argument. So, is the lake a natural phenomenon? Was your question? The answer is no.
No. But for the fact that people like Jaren turn lakes with little boards with holes in them into experiments, you probably wouldn't be asking this, NewMoon. People turn concrete nouns into phenomena and call it science. Flat earthers do it. We object to it, and they call us scammers for it, and people like yourself cheer when they do. That's why you've made an enemy in Arthur. Hope you understand that.
Yeah, this is like what I always try to hear the another side. Like you're saying, then I agree that you're saying right.
Fair enough. And I can see
Yeah.
that you're here listening for the most part.
Yeah.
I just wanted to state that earlier on, I was very clear, and it was the way I went about it was very clear. And NewMoon proved that he understood that the geometry of the surface or whatever of the Earth, anything, is not natural science, can't go through scientific method. It's not something you would determine by experiment. And now NewMoon is asking, well, if I try and determine if there's curvature on the water of a lake, is that an experiment? It's like NewMoon is actively trolling everyone here. There's no other way around it.
No, he's not.
I did try to tell you though.
Hold on, Eli. Hold on. No,
with reference, I
it's
was
the same
trying to,
argument. Hold on, everyone. Just 1 second.
level. Okay, go ahead.
Same argument I had with Brian earlier. He's offering up too much empathy and credit to you, NewMoon, in this instance. No, he's been poisoned with these notions of science being experimental when they're not, and he's postulating one example with, is the lake a phenomena? Now, that's crude boiling down of what he actually asked, but that is in essence what he asked. Now, there's a reason he's asking, though, isn't there, Brian? It's not because of lack of comprehension in this moment while we're unschooling the crap that he's been subject to from people like Jaren. This is the reason, and I just summarised this literally 2 minutes ago, why he's made an enemy in Flat Earther. That's the reason he's asking, because to him, when there have been postulations that looking at lakes are experiments, exactly as they're labelled, you can then appreciate why such a question would be asked. I don't see it as him trolling us. No.
I would directly view it after many, many years of life and understanding and experience with people, and almost a decade now, almost exactly, in this topic, that I would feel very straight as it's stupid as delight. We're being trolled. Simple as. There's no ifs, buts, or maybes. We're being trolled. And I reckon Arthur would agree with me.
I just feel like
Eli, then NewMoon.
Yeah,
Hold on. Eli, then NewMoon. Go ahead, Eli.
Yeah. Obviously.
Yeah. So the reason
Brian and
just a second.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
Eli,
So the reason
which is
to
me,
ask
Eli, which is me,
He
and
doesn't
then
get it.
NewMoon. Eli and
Okay, so
then
flat
Let's try a
New
different
Moon.
way. I'll just try a different way. Chocolate, then NewMoon.
Yeah. No. I am
Okay.
asking flat earther. Like, do you flat earther? Do you consider
No, I've been at all, Eli. I'm really sorry.
It doesn't get it.
Just a second.
It just
Samuel
doesn't get it.
Robotham Bradford Lake experiment was an experiment or not? Do you consider it?
No. Well, why aren't you asking yourself that question after we've taken you through what science is? Why aren't you asking yourself if the lake experiment's an experiment? Why are you asking us? We've already told you literally 3 minutes ago, no, lakes aren't experiments. But you're now literally posing that, well, is that lake experiment an experiment then? No.
Yeah.
That's why I'm answering you. That's why I went on Jaren's and told him he's a fucktard. You cheered and told people you thought he won. And this is why. Because he's telling you, lake experiment. No, these people are dipshits and they're poisoning you. And that's why people are tearing a strip off you now, NewMoon. Calling you dumb and stuff. Well, if you want to blame someone, blame the people who poisoned you with lake experiment. Obviously, no. Nothing's happening, is it? Like we've just took you through.
It's Kiwi's
So
fault.
Nathan, like, can I say like the Samuel Robotham Lake, Bradford Lake experiment was not an experiment because all flat earthers.
Wait a second,
You tell me.
Chocolate was
Hold on,
trying to
Arthur.
say something.
Hold on, Arthur.
Chocolate was trying to say something, Nathan. Chocolate was trying to say something. Let him speak.
Yeah, you're right, bastard. Eli, go on.
So I understand
Go on,
Yes, a
that
flat,
chocolate. Hit him in
Brian.
the
It's
wall.
not flat
flat
earther. What
earther.
are you, Arthur now?
Flat earther.
What?
No, no, flat
I
earther.
thought he
I'm
said
asking
he
you, do
lied.
you
No,
consider Samuel Robotham Lake Bradford Lake experiment an
He just
experiment or not?
doesn't get
Yes
it.
or no?
Nathan,
No,
he does
I
not
got it.
understand
I'm
he's
just
English.
asking
asking you.
flat
I'm
Nathan,
Earther.
asking
Please
you.
he
let him
does not
ask.
understand
I got you,
English.
Arthur. Got to let him ask unimpeded,
Chocolate,
though.
please go on. Hit him
I...
with the wall.
he's
let him ask.
passionate. I give him
Let
that.
him ask unimpeded, please.
NewMoon is unmuted already.
It's you rumpusing him. I just want
Flat
him to ask his
earther, you
question
stop
unimpeded.
laughing and you stop laughing, flat earther, and say like the Samuel Robotham experiment was an experiment or not? The Belgian lake experiment or
Oh my
whatever.
God. How much more
So you must,
discrimination to the blacks? Please, Chocolate,
what?
go on.
Are you stupid or what? I'm just asking you, do you consider it an experiment or not? You can say yes or no, like the Samuel Robotham experiment
We
on
will
like.
get back to that, NewMoon. Let's give some respect to the black people we have here. Chocolate, go on.
Why
Hit him in the
I'm never
wall.
talking about the black people or white people.
Uncommon.
Oh my God.
Oh my goodness.
I'm just asking you a simple question.
Can
Do you
I go now?
consider Samuel
Can I
Robotham
go?
experiment an experiment or not?
Eli,
Flat
just for,
earther.
hold
Take
on,
control,
Eli,
Nathan,
just for
please.
now,
Take
Eli.
control, Nathan. Please, please, please take control.
Eli, just yield for now.
You can say yes or no.
He just doesn't get it.
No, but he's asking you something, and I'm encouraging you to answer, just so we get past this, Arthur.
Yeah, please answer.
Okay. Okay. What's the question?
The
is
experiment from Samuel Robotham Lake Bradford experiment where so
Lake Bradford.
do you know about that or not?
So just
Everyone else,
to
shut up!
clarify,
Oh, God. Everyone else,
I don't
except Arthur.
I know
Everyone
how to
else,
deal with
shut
this.
up! Stop talking. Right. We're going to get a
इसलिए
concise
Arthur,
answer. That means everybody. We're going to get a concise answer from Arthur. I'm going to reiterate the question. Nobody except Arthur answer. Is the Bedford level, quote, experiment an experiment, yes or no, Arthur?
there was no quote in NewMoon's statement, which is why I wanted to clarify. Are you talking about a scientific experiment, NewMoon?
Do you know what
Nathan asked you a particular thing, yes or no? Why you're deflecting, man?
That's fine. Let me clarify.
Nathan,
Arthur,
is that clarification justified?
Arthur. Are you aware of the Bedford level experiment, yes or no? Do you know that? Are you aware of it? Or aren't you?
It's a misnomer. It's not a scientific experiment.
Perfect.
But yes, they do call it the Bedford level experiment. Now, I wanted the clarification from NewMoon. When he says the Bedford level experiment, is it a scientific experiment that he is referring to? If yes is the answer, then please present the hypothesis for that scientific experiment along with the independent and dependent variables. Please let
I'm
the
not.
answer be very concise. And he
I'm not
cannot
an
wait till I complete
Everyone
my.
stop. Arthur, we
I'm
got
not
it.
an
Arthur,
advocate of
everyone
Samuel
else,
We
Robotham.
please
just
I was
stop
asking you yes or
talking.
no.
Hello? No, Arthur's made his point, and concisely, as far as I'm concerned, exemplified his understanding of the answer along with the answer, which could have been more concise. Nevertheless, he's answered you, NewMoon, which is to say, if you think this is a scientific experiment, he's basically flipped the question back onto you, can you provide a hypothesis for it?
No, I was just asking him, do we agree or not? So yeah, so I don't have any stand. Like I don't think it was a scientific experiment. Yeah.
Wait. If you don't have a stand,
Yeah,
how
NewMoon.
can he agree or not? Like he's agreeing with you or not agreeing with you,
No,
which
we got
means
Well,
you have
because
stop, Eli, stop. No, he did say after the fact. No, he knows he's trying to be smart and ask us a trick question. Okay, fine. He's saying, I already knew it wasn't an experiment, but I'm asking Arthur. Gotcha. Yeah, Arthur flipped it back and explained why it wouldn't be by asking you if it had a hypothesis. If your understanding, to Eli's point, was that it was science. Well, you understand now that it isn't. Good. But Arthur definitely knew that anyway. You don't need to try and trip him up, with all due respect. But I'm glad we're all under the understanding now. No, you understand and we understand that Bedford level experiment doesn't have a cause and effect relationship with a natural phenomena. So no, it definitely isn't, and you know that now. But that's the problem. This all started with a bit of animosity, I'm nearly done, towards you from Arthur, because you were cheerleading when I call Jaren out for using this little magic trick of calling shit that isn't science, science, calling it experiment when it isn't, like Bedford level experiment, isn't an experiment, but they're hijacking these terms of science. Why? Because science proves things. So when you lean on the idea that you've got an experiment, like Jaren and Witsit do, we've got something to say about that. So when the net upshot of us calling out the fraud of calling things experiments when they're not led to me being called a scammer, you're going to get people around me personally, thank you, Arthur, by the way, it's very nice to have a cheerleader, that say, no, this will not stand you cheering when someone calls the right thing, the correct notion of science being called out as true, and the fraud of calling things experiments when they're not fraud, because it is, when that gets called a scam by Jaren and you cheer, it's going to raise some eyebrows and lead to, fortunately, tolerant people around you taking you by the hand and going, no, we'll let you, in spite of the poison coursing through your veins, to know what science is. Where we've tried to help Jaren, that's it. That's all we're trying to do. So I'm glad that you now understand it to the point where you can even attempt to trick us up or trick Arthur up with, is Bedford level an experiment? Yeah. Well, no, it isn't. But that's the whole point. Glad you understand that now.
Yeah. Thank you for that, Nathan.
NewMoon, what is a scientific experiment? Can you please restate
God.
now after all your
Already
understanding for
told
the
that
past
to
3
you. Why
hours?
He
you're
did it.
not listening?
He did it to satisfaction already. He already did it to satisfaction. And Brian, I meant to say, because I was
Asking him
thinking it,
again.
that
Ask
was
him
very
again, chocolate.
concise when Brian said what he
No,
said, and I was
I'm not answering
talking. I
again,
don't know
as I
why I have to
answered
like
earlier.
not breathe in order to fight for a little crumb of time on the microphone. Could it be that I'm black? I'm just saying.
I think it is.
Definitely.
That's why I shut you up repeatedly. It's only because you're black that I would prefer that they do rumpus you.
So I have another question for NewMoon. NewMoon, as you have stated that you knew and know that the Bedford levels was not a scientific experiment, so not an experiment, then how come you were asking us only a few minutes prior to that, is the observation of a lake and whether there's curvature along the surface of the water of that lake, is that an experiment? So why would you be asking us that question, yet you already knew that basically the same thing along a canal was not an experiment?
So, Brian, you clearly did not take my advice on short sentences,
Hang on,
but I would like to rephrase your. I would like to
NewMoon.
rephrase your question and put it in simple
No,
terms.
hang on, no,
That
it took me
now
some
that
time.
we.
Oh my
Arthur,
goodness.
don't need help, please. Go, NewMoon.
All right.
He's shut down.
Yeah. Yeah. So, like, there is a difference. Like, anyone's going to try to like shape the Earth, like as Samuel Robotham, he was trying to shape the Earth. Is it flat or globe? So it's not a scientific experiment at all. So it was not.
And what's the difference
He
between
was
that
trying
and
to
what you were asking us about the lake?
He was
Okay,
trying
so
to shape the earth.
Hold
What
on,
the fuck
Arthur.
that does that mean?
Hold on, Arthur. NewMoon, what's the difference between what you appreciate isn't an experiment in the form of Robotham, the Bedford level? What's the difference between that and the lake example you gave?
Okay, so in the lake example, like there is a guy who is just seeing the lake. He don't have any idea. He's just going to see or to test is there any curve in the water or not. But Samuel Robotham was having some kind of presupposed positions like I'm going to prove it is fair, or like it's kind of affirming the consequences, and it's kind of fallacy by like it's a simple thing, yeah. But if if there is a guy who is going to Lake Michigan or somewhere to see is the lake is curving or not, or is there a small lake with 10 kilometer of diameter, and if he is going to see is there in a curvature or not and going to
Nathan,
test it without any shaping the earth, he's just testing that particular amount of water level, is it like curving or not. So that could be another thing, but Samuel Robotham was not right.
But you're just
But the
describing
same.
the exact same situation.
Yeah, they're both the same.
Once, yeah,
They're both
the
the
exact
same.
same situation. Because Samuel
So,
Rowbotham,
Nathan, please let me again
Public service
make
I won't
things
get it.
very clear,
No,
please.
no,
Please,
flat out there,
come
bro.
on.
Now it seems to me
Just
like you have a
one
vested interest
question.
in making sure that you trip this guy up so he doesn't get it. Starting to bother me, bro.
Yeah, that was the
I'll
thing I
stop
wanted
then.
to say. I may
Yeah,
as well throw my
Arthur.
point. I'm
Vindictive.
still waiting.
Very vindictive.
I'm still waiting because I wanted to say this earlier.
Didn't we establish
I
this?
see where
This earlier?
Brian.
You are in fact black, are you not?
Yes.
Right.
Yes,
Yes,
Get
he
to the
is.
back of the bleeding
So,
queue.
so
Listen, I'm 99% white and
Brian,
1%
both
black.
Brian,
Therefore, as the
both
Hold on,
liaison
Brian,
AI,
between the
seriously.
races,
Hold
I
on,
allow
everyone stop.
Elijah to go.
Yes, please. Go ahead, Eli.
both Brian and Arthur seem to have made a conclusion about this guy's intent based on how he's acting. Now, I've tried to share a sentiment that AI also shared, but detailed much better than I did, and that seemed to go over you guys' heads as a possibility.
What's that?
Even though normal people act like this all the time, they think or they try to get you to believe that they understand what you're saying, but when you ask a reasonable follow up, they're lost. It takes time to
Yeah.
understand this stuff.
Yeah, I totally agree. And you can't automatically assume, well, he's trolling us or he's deliberately misunderstanding it or getting it wrong when he's only just had it explained to him. Yeah, that people do that.
Like Flat Arthur.
Oh, Flat Earth's just downright vindictive. He's out for this guy's downfall.
Yeah.
Not even a single question. I can't even ask a single question.
I don't know. Maybe you can. Maybe you can't.
Please let me. That will
Feel
be my
free.
last question for tonight.
Only if it's in
All right.
Hindi.
Since I'm 1% Indian, I'll let you go.
Go ahead, Arthur. Feel free.
So now AI, you are 101% a human because you were earlier 1% black and 99% white. Now you're 1% Indian, 101% human. Now, so one last question and it will be over for me. Now, after all this, now that we clearly understand, and please no one give him any clues like it is a trick question or anything, but let me be very clear with my question that now that we understand that Samuel Rowbotham's quote unquote experiment was a scientific experiment, then what is the cause and what is the effect? Let's just ask a very direct question to New Moon. In Samuel Rowbotham's scientific experiment, his cause and effect were like he was standing on the
Dude,
earth and curvature or anything. So put it in those terms. What is the cause and what is the effect? Let it be very clear. Please don't give
We
anything
don't need to
else.
gas.
Hold on,
Please
hold on.
don't. Please don't.
No,
That's a very
dude. We do
straightforward
not
question.
need to gaslight. No, we do not need to gaslight this guy, dude. What's wrong with you?
Okay, still I can answer. Like he's very rude, but still I can answer. The cause is the shape of the Earth, and the effect is the curvature. So it's not a scientific experiment because
Get
he's
it,
shaping.
AI? Get it, AI?
No,
Did you
no, he
get
didn't
it?
listen to his full answer. Right, if he's trying to impose it like it has a cause and effect that isn't worthy of description as a naturally occurring phenomena, which is incorrect, right? There is no cause, there is no effect. Curvature isn't a cause or an effect, as he just described. That's wrong, which is why Arthur's jumped all over it. But he also said, after saying that, which was incorrect, it's not an experiment. So Eli's right. Yeah, he gets it to a degree, because he's only just starting to learn this stuff. Sorry to talk about you in the third person.
Yeah.
Yeah, keep trying, guys. Please keep trying. I have tried my best.
Right. So, Flat Arthur, would you agree that in the course of human events, when we come together to defy the Queen, there's been progress made here?
Definitely, but this guy does not know me. That's a big thumbs down. At the red
Well,
flat earther,
you
OG
still
flat
holding
earther
on
of
to this
India.
assumption that this
We
guy
got it. Your
knows you.
feelings are hurt. Your feelings are hurt because you're not the greatest Indian flat earther that he knows and has a plaque of in his basement.
I don't think that's fair. I think Arthur is probably the greatest Indian flat earther.
Yeah, but he claimed he didn't know who he was, and he's had a conversation with him prior, and Flat Earth has got the hump from
Yeah,
that.
I wouldn't believe that for a moment. I wouldn't, not Arthur, but I wouldn't believe Nemo.
You can't possibly forget Arthur.
Dude, yeah, believe it or not, guys, there's places where David Hasselhoff can go and he can walk in and nobody gives a crap.
Lies! Everyone knows the Hoff.
AI. The wave is the media.
Yep.
Well, thank you. You've been perfectly honest. I know you've had a lot of
least I'm
stick
not on
from
a road.
Arthur. Sorry, AI. Although you've had a lot of stick, I appreciate that you've stuck around because you've had a few jabs poked at you, NewMoon, especially from Arthur. But it seems to me like, for whatever reason, you do want to learn this stuff, and you've been listening. And yeah, I'm not expecting you to immediately be able to parrot off verbatim the concise summaries that we would give of the scientific method and how it applies. But you are listening, and I thank you for that. That's all we can ask.
Well, Nathan.
No, he was a good sport about it.
It's time for me to apologize.
Hold on. He was a
It
good.
behooves me.
Shut up. Shut up.
Please allow me, QV. Please allow me.
Jesus.
No.
Is that fine, Arthur?
Yes.
Shut the hell up.
Get him.
At least NewMoon, he took the jabs in stride. He was a good sport about it. He calmed down and thought about it. All right. At least give him that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
No,
Yeah,
that's
I
not
agree.
right.
I will also like to say my apologies. So I would really be interested in the bipolar flat earth model presentation that NewMoon wants to give on Nathan Oakley's channel. And I wouldn't speak a word, I promise. But I want you, Nathan, to do that. Please do that on a friendly basis because NewMoon
You
is
lying
just a naughty
bastard.
boy trying to learn things.
Lying bastard. If it wasn't for you saying, and I won't say anything, I'd have almost believed your sentiment. Lying bastard.
All I know is that
please.
when a group of people,
And Nathan,
all I know,
yeah, go
just
ahead.
1 second, everyone calm down. All I know is that when a group of people who I don't really know, and one of them who I don't know at all, flat earther, tries to hold me to task to see if I'm a lawyer or not, and for the hour or two. And I mean, for definite, that would definitely have absolutely zero effect on my demeanor. I wouldn't be angry, wouldn't be anything. I'd just be calm, it would never bother me. I'd be totally fine, calm as, calm like a lake. That
Why are
wouldn't
you
bother me
saying
at all.
this? This is also lies. I can give several examples where this has not been the case.
They're CIA agents. Let's just deal with it.
No, I'm just talking about Brian's general demeanor.
Yeah.
I can example plenty when he doesn't behave
I
like
have
that.
very
Hell
little
yeah.
trust in almost anyone. There's very few people I have any amount of trust in.
Can you name him?
You're one of them. That's all I'm saying.
Damn.
Yeah, we don't trust you, Flat Arthur. Just keeping it real. Sorry.
Not flat Arthur.
You know damn well, and Flat Arthur.
Have you not seen Flat Arthur's beard? Cannot not trust a man with a beard that majestic.
Flat Arthur is showing passion here. NewMoon is showing no passion. Right? That to me is a red flag. How I know I can trust QE is I can say certain things and instantly he'll have a problem with it.
No, he's inciting a riot.
If he was a BSer, if QE...
He's inciting a riot. Like, I don't trust people like that, period.
Oh, here we go.
If QE was a lawyer, right, and I was accusing him of being a lawyer, he would be feigning as if he's insulted.
Right, I'm going to leave you to it. Right, just show me out. Sorry to step on you, Brian. Someone take charge for 2 minutes while I nip up the road and get milk.
I will. So I can totally understand.
No. Anybody but Arthur. Anybody but Arthur.
Yeah, not
I
you.
will not go on to NewMoon. It's something different. It's something different, not related to NewMoon. But I can totally understand the sentiment when you do not really connect with or empathize with my sentiments here when I am berating New Moon, because I feel the same when QE is toe tagging a few of the numpty globe earthers or anti flat earthers whom I haven't even heard of. And I don't know why QE is so vile or so derogatory of them, but I totally get the sentiment. You do not understand why I have this level of contempt for New Moon, but the same reason you are berating Witset, I am berating people like New Moon. Just the other day we talked about, he's just a flat earth believer. You had people like that on politics server last Friday. People who claim that we don't know anything. New Moon may not say so, but I am telling you, he does not understand a word of the things which are being discussed here.
Oh boy.
Oh, so this is QE and Nathan's fault. I see. You've taken the spirit of them then. That's right. You guys look in the mirror. You've created Flat Arthur.
Well, even in Nathan's journey, Nathan will tell you himself that he didn't always know the Earth was flat, even though he accepted the proposition the Earth was flat. So even by his own metric, he can't impugn other people for not yet reaching the level that he's at. In other words, they're on a journey. So if they're not yet at the end of the journey, then what's the value of their position mid journey, Flat Arthur? Tell me, quantify it for me.
There isn't any. Just like Witsit
Okay,
can
then
also claim that he's on a journey.
sir. Yeah, hold on, friend. What you just said is that somebody who's on a journey from changing their paradigm from accepting one truth to knowing another truth, the middle of that journey has no value. Is that what you're truly claiming?
Witsit is in the middle of a journey. Why are you berating him for the past so many shows?
Wow, dude, you just don't get it, brother. You are out
He's
to
not.
lunch, Holmes.
He's no, but the thing is, he's right though. Like that's the problem here. So
Who's right?
I mean, Flat Arthur's right.
No, what? You're saying Witsit's in the middle of the
You sure you got it right?
No, because
You
we're
sure you got it right,
because we
Chocolate?
don't know this. We don't listen. We don't know this New Moon dude, but Flat Arthur is saying, well, this is what's it. You guys heard it right here today, and I'm like, well, I mean,
Well, that's
okay,
non sequitur.
maybe it is. We
New Moon
haven't
is
caught New
clearly.
Moon out.
me
It
ask
might
you a
correct
question.
lies and contradictions. I don't know.
Let me
But
ask
that's what
you.
New Moon is
Let me ask you.
clearly. New Moon is clearly confused, right? And amenable to correction, even though it doesn't seem that he's as amenable as Flat Earther would like, and at the speed at which Flat Earther would like, right?
Yep.
So, what's the quality or the quantity or the value of the point that he's on in his journey? What's the value of that? Zero?
I would just like to say
Let
that
me
I
ask.
don't care.
You
I
don't
don't care
care.
where he's
I
on
think
his
that's the
journey.
problem. Yeah, there you go. You don't care about people's journeys because you've already arrived, and so you're better than they are, and so you can look down on them from your position of having accomplished something. Good for you. You want a pat on the back? You want to go in a closet with
Okay.
me and I'll stroke your ego for a few minutes?
You tell him,
I am getting criticized for something that people do here all the time.
but
False
that's also
equivalence
kind of
fallacy.
true.
No, it's
Kind of
not.
true.
False equivalence fallacy. Everyone's trying to compare people to Witsit. What is going on here?
Let me ask a question to all the people here who are
Why
in the
didn't you
military.
answer mine?
I never want to
Why
do a
is
question.
everyone comparing? First it was Eric Dubay. Now it's New Moon. What's up?
They got a
Yeah, it's
What's the
myopic
because of
matter?
vision, dude.
me.
That's
It's
what.
because of me. Yeah.
Where did I
Is
touch
that
you?
what you're trying to say? I am bringing up those topics. No, Newman was here just by coincidence. I never even thought about talking all these things, which I did for the past 3 hours. Things are coming up. Deal with it, QE.
Oh my goodness, dude.
Let me
I
ask
have
you
a
a question.
dream. I have a dream, friends. As 1% black, I got to give my black speech. I have a dream, friends, that one day my 4 little children will judge people by the content of their arguments, not by their relationship to Witsit.
Okay, all that is, I can't deny what's been said, right, in the past couple of minutes. But I must ask a question. And this will lend to Arthur's position and also my position. For all those that are have been in the military, there's 3 people here: Refracted, QE, and AI. You've been in the military as well. Do you want people standing next to you who are not really decided, or do you want people standing next to you who are decided, that they are there to do what they're supposed to do and what they have to do, right?
I don't like that question.
No, hang on. 1 second. What's the point being is, right, if people are undecided, then they should really be in the waiting room.
Okay, I agree with that.
Do you know what I mean? It doesn't have to be military.
No,
Just
dude,
using
that's
the
not how it
military as
works.
an
Yeah,
example.
but see, this is a bad analogy, dude. This is horrible.
No, it is. It's too vague. Do I want somebody that's standing beside me that's not a double speaking liar is the question.
Yeah, but do you want someone standing beside you who's not fully decided on whether they're dedicated to this task or not?
What task?
Whatever task you have to do, whether it be something that's mundane or something dangerous. Let's just say, whether it be police, then take the military out of it. Anything, fire, the fire service, whatever task you have to do. If you've got someone, doesn't matter what it is, engineering. If you've got someone next to you that's only half-hearted because they're not really sure if they really want to get involved in this, if they really believe in this, or this thing you're doing, then is that going to impede you?
It's too vague.
No,
How can
it's not.
somebody,
It's
let's
very
say,
clear.
hold on. Let's say we're firefighters, and the guy standing beside me is not really dedicated to fighting fires. Is that what you're saying? What the hell?
Well, yeah, let's use that example. That's the guy next to you that's going into the burning building with you, not really sure whether he really wants to be in there, and if he's going to do the thing, he might decide halfway through to just leave you there on your own and go back out.
Yeah, this horrible analogy, dude. Horrible. I'll explain. Very simple.
It is.
Well, give me the proper
all these
analogy
scenarios.
that would suit you.
No, because you're trying to force
I'll
like
tell
a
you.
situation.
All right, I'll tell you, brother.
You're trying to
In all
force a
those
situation
situations,
where. Go ahead.
in all those situations, there's a standard to which you must meet before you graduate and are allowed into the official ranks. So if you're still stuck in training, you're still in training. Once you graduate from training, then it's a whole different story. So homeboy down here, you might say it's still in training. So I wouldn't take a trainee into a real mission necessarily, right?
Exactly. Good job.
How do you determine if somebody has? How do you determine if somebody is actually
I'll tell you how.
is ready?
It's very simple, Brian.
How do you
It's very
determine?
simple. It's very simple. I'll tell you, it's so simple. It's simple. When they meet the standard.
How do you determine that they've met that standard?
You have a standard. It's a metric, and you tick off that they've met all the metrics, and then you say approved.
So you wouldn't be wanting
For
to be standing
example,
next to someone who hasn't met the standard.
firefighter, right? They have to complete the training course. They have to carry a certain amount of weight. They have to do the smoke thing. They have to kick the door down. They have to do all of these things. And once they do all of those things, then the assumption is that they're ready. Now you can't really see into their heart, but they've passed everything. They ticked all the boxes, met all the standards. So you approve them.
Right. So my point being is this: where do we apply that in this arena?
Specifically to who? Like to NewMoon.
To everybody.
Okay, to NewMoon, obviously it's by the content of what he's saying. Obviously, he's in training. Witsit, he's not in training. He's already come out of training many years ago.
True that.
Well, I would say.
I'll give you a real world example.
Give me a second.
I want to give you a real world
second.
example.
Just before you do, I'll just make this quick point. I would say anyone who's just a shaky believer is only in the way of the people who know the truth, because they're presented. They're presented with the same things we're presented with.
That's begging. Nope, you don't know that. You're not that person. In this particular situation, you do not know that. That's an assumption.
Well, NewMoon has seen the Black Swan and understands it.
Well, that's only one. What else?
There isn't a need for another.
Yeah, there is. There's more training for people than just the Black Swan that no one understands, including people on this panel still.
There's no need for another. If you understand, you either understand or you don't. That's the point.
Well, there's many levels here in Flat Earth, so it's not akin to like firefighting or being in the military. So this is pretty convoluted.
Make it bakery then, whichever, being a chef, whatever.
Yeah. Well, it's hard to compare a chef to know somebody is a true flat earther or somebody who just believes it.
For certain and without a doubt that the earth is flat.
Yeah, they could say yes.
Ask that question.
They could say yes, but still
and then you ask them how they know.
Yes.
Right, off you go then.
I'm not asking them. It's your point.
Yeah, you ask them.
I'm not asking. It's your point.
You're arguing with me. You ask them.
I'm not arguing with you. I'm arguing with your analogy.
All I know is that when you're trying to do anything and the people around and someone around you is not fully committed to the situation or fully doesn't understand the situation or whatever, then they're going to get in the way of the situation becoming a success. Now, if NewMoon is just a believer, then he's technically in the way of those who know.
I agree to a point, but you can carry that metaphor a little bit too far.
Then how do you get the transition from believers to knowers if you can't allow them to be in the field? If they're not allowed to attend training and let me be clear, when you sign up and you go to basic, you already are in the Army. You just haven't graduated to be fielded yet.
Yes.
So if you're not allowed to get trainees into basic, you'll never get anyone in your field, for goodness sake.
Yeah, I understand that. I understand that. I understand the training aspect has to go into it. I'm fully aware of that. When I see the Black Swan and someone tells me it could be refraction, I don't go, it might be refraction. That's the difference.
Yeah, but that person's still in training.
So you're more advanced.
Yep.
You're like on week 13 of OSA, and they're on week 2.
Yeah, Brian.
You could fail your final test. You could fail your final test.
There's a way of putting this on. Sorry to interrupt. I literally only just step back in and have to go in and get milk. So
you finally come back, absentee landlord.
Yeah.
You've got to allow people to get it wrong, is kind of what you're saying, right? If you're in training, you've got to allow them to miss the target to train them how to hit it.
Yeah, but this is different.
They don't know the Black Swan, Brian. Like, listen, on Facebook, like that, everyone parrots our QE's argument correctly. On Facebook, they don't even know who we are. They don't even know who I am when they're talking to me. Like, they don't.
Yeah.
They just think they have this argument, and then when a baller just comes through and says, "Well, refraction," they do answer in a Geranisk way. Like, what am I gonna? They're all just drones that are like, I don't know, undercover. No, man, like they don't know.
I didn't say
Somebody
undercover.
like me comes along and says that's not it.
I didn't say undercover. I'm talking about. It's not about being undercover or being a CIA agent or anything like that. It's about whether somebody is on the same page as you or not. It's about whether someone's on the same page as you or not. So, NewMoon, are you still there?
Here we go.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, I'm there. It's just I'm going to sleep.
Can I ask? Are you busy or what's the story? Can you answer a couple
Just
of
go,
questions?
Brian. Go.
He's in the middle of a scam.
Not busy. Not busy at all. Yeah, trying to
Okay,
scam someone.
Let me ask you a couple of
Trying to
questions.
scam Nicktoon. Looking for a way to scam Nicktoon. This is my target.
Go ahead, Brian.
Okay.
Go ahead, Brian.
Okay. NewMoon, do you know for certain and without a doubt that the Earth is flat?
Oh yeah, like I can't say like it's without a doubt it's a flat or not until.
1 second. So
This is yes or no question.
Yes or no?
This is
Yes or
yes or
no?
no question. Everybody pay attention. My God, when somebody asks you a yes or no question, don't give a story. Just say yay.
Yeah,
But
gotcha.
let your yays be
Gotcha.
yay and your nays be nay.
Okay, so
Yeah,
yes or no?
yes. Based on all things, yes, yeah.
Okay, how do you know?
So did I told you that thing that time?
He told you that time.
Yeah, how
That
do I
wasn't
know
his
it?
position, though.
Like it's a kind of a by default position until someone can come up with a curvature or some kind of shape. Until
there you go.
that time, I
You
can hold
don't
my
know.
by default position.
But you've just proven that you don't know. Because to know means nobody can come along with some globe evidence after that. If you know, it means that it only can be what you know, 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 not believe it to be. You know what it is. You don't believe it to be something. And that's the difference. That's the difference between me and you. And I just showed it. No
Right,
offense
but
to you.
but
I'm not
also
attacking you personally. I'm just saying that we're not on the same page.
right. So like basically, if I tell you by my heart, so it's kind of for me, it's like my default position is Earth is flat and stationary, and it's a topographic plane based on like observation. We can call it logics, empirical parameters, measurements, and everything. But still, I know I am a human being, and there could be a limitation for me. There could be some limitation, like I cannot access the ultimate truth, right? So
How's
I
it going?
cannot say for sure. No.
How's it going,
Yeah,
Jared?
he's answering.
How's it? He answered.
No, he's
how are
changing
you?
his
How you doing,
answer.
Jared?
Hello.
Hello.
He's
How you
changing his
doing,
answer.
Jared? Hello. How you doing, Jared? How's today going?
He's changing his answer to no, I don't know for sure and without a doubt Earth is flat, because things might change. I have limitations. That was what he was about to say before you rumpused him.
Oh, so but still my point stands. Fair enough. He answered his question. Then you're a flat Earth believer. Thanks.
Yeah, which we already knew, though. That's the thing. It's like, we already knew that.
Yeah, philosophically. Yeah, philosophically speaking, as in my philosophy, everything is based on like I cannot get the ultimate truth for me in my philosophy. Though that's some kind of deep down question. So everyone don't need to believe that. Like everything points out that the Earth is flat, but still, in my philosophy, we are humans, and we can there could be it could be a kind of a test or by the nature or by the creator where we cannot access the ultimate truth, and we can be deceived by some kind of creator
There's
or devil or
fallacy in that.
someone.
There's fallacy in
Thank you,
that,
Whitson.
brother. But there's that. The whole point is there's fallacy in that. And when we say just because you're a flat earther, that's not doesn't mean you're not still brainwashed by the same things that we were like. You still think the same.
Yeah,
Like,
you think it's a
and
belief.
that's the problem with globe busters or whatever their name is, because it doesn't change anyone's way of thinking. That's the problem. Like, people are indoctrinated, and Jaren has done you no favors over the years. You're still here's what's happening. When you talk, what I hear is someone who's having the conversation in like 2015. Other people are like, it's 2024, there's no way. So I think there's something nefarious about this. I just think you haven't grown. That's it. And that's what happens when you have, that particular leaning or ideology where it's like, well, science doesn't prove anything, and I'm a human, and we can all make errors, so I don't really ever know anything. Knowledge is just this thing that's really not a thing, because whatever we think we know, we can find out not to be true later on. That's bullshit, sir. But you believe that. That's something that you have to think about.
It would blame Jaren or Witsit, as that was pretty much verbatim what they say. Yeah, the problem with that kind of crap sentiment, no offense again to you, NewMoon, as you're the one parroting it, is that it leads you and people like Dave Weiss to say, well, it could be a really big ball. We don't know, and we can't just know that it's flat based on how it's measured and utilized and functional. It could be a really big ball because we don't know. We're just human. We're fallible. No, it's measured flat. That's how it's dealt with. We all know that here. So if we're asked, how do you know it's flat? Well, that's how it's measured, utilized, built on, sailed upon, flown over.
Fought fires over.
So we know it's flat, but the people who are, like Jaren, as he's the main, reason for the aggression you've had towards you this evening, is that these people don't punt that message. They punt the message that we could be wrong. Oh yeah, we're flat earthers, but we might be wrong. And you're echoing that sentiment. When we're sat here going, no, we know for sure and without any doubt that it's flat. How? Well, let me show you these measurements. Let me show you this pitch data. Let me show you this surveying information. Let me show you this principle in navigation. Let me show you this how we charted Earth. They're all flat. They're all measured. It is flat.
Yeah, right. Absolutely right.
Yeah, but you don't believe that because you said that your philosophy was that you could never know.
He said it's the default position, but we could be wrong. Default position. Thanks, Switsit.
What we know is that's what he thought.
The argument then, friends,
when he says, hold on,
becomes philosophical. Well, dude, your mic's train wreck.
I was first, bro.
Yeah, he is
Well,
right.
it's really not. It's probably
it's because you've got a train wreck mic.
talking.
It is the only reason, just so you're aware. He's correct in pointing out when you talk, no one can quite hear that you've started. It just sounds like a bit of noise.
Right now. All right, let me come out and come back in.
Go ahead, AI.
Oh, like for Eli, like it usually is the beginning of when he starts talking. Like he comes in with a mumbled fart, and then you could start to hear him.
Mic check.
You were just accused of starting each sentence as a mumble fart.
Is this better or no?
Yes. No, it's exactly the same, but it's fine. Anyway, AI then Eli.
I yield to Eli.
Go ahead, Eli.
I just think that, the guy's had a lot put to him today. And as far as we know, today is the first time he's been under this kind of heat. And so today, at least, we can't just indict him for coming in here with the ideas and beliefs and understanding that he did. Like he did say, I understand what you guys are saying. I agree. That doesn't mean he emotionally is there yet. So at least for him, we can give him that grace and not say, well, you didn't say it. You didn't come in here like that. So it is what it is. Like, come on.
My God, what is this? Are we like some married couple discussing counselling on the way home in the car?
All right. I'm just saying.
Are you okay, NewMoon? We need to know your feelings haven't been hurt.
No, you didn't hurt my feelings. It's just like you're trying to give the truth to everyone. So I'm a kind of a guy like taking knowledge from different kind of sources, so it's hodgepodge everywhere, right? You
I don't
understand that?
know.
So
You've
it's not
gotta-
easy to change the basic things, right?
Your flat
Easily,
affect.
easily.
I would go with Brian's sentiment that your flat affect does tend to suggest a degree of shillery, but I could be wrong.
No, I'm going to keep quiet for now because my feelings are hurt.
Yeah, we know your feelings are hurt, flat Arthur. we know. Many a true word.
There's another question then. Have you heard of the final experiment?
Oh God, here we go.
Who you were asking that?
You.
I scammed Will Duffy. You know.
He scammed him.
I know, seriously.
What's not a scam?
Eli, not a scam.
What? Eli, have you heard of the bamboozlery that was committed upon Will Duffy?
The what?
Like I was just watching Will Duffy channel right now, 2 hours ago, and he was trying to make some new kind of videos. Like there are only two models of the Earth, two possible models of the Earth. One is globe, and the other one is Gleason's map, and there could be no other model possible. He's trying to make these kind of videos.
Right. So hold on, friends. I'm going to go back in time and post that video in the chat and say that he's claiming two models, but it's a false dichotomy. Okay, give me 1 second. All right, I'm done.
And
Go back
Nathan,
in the chat. You'll see it there.
Meanwhile, ask him to step off from his mic a few inches once again, please.
I was just going to say, can Nathan ask him to define gain?
Yeah, if you can just back off your mic a couple of inches, NewMoon, you're overloading your mic.
Gotcha. Okay.
Perfect. Beautiful.
Yeah, because we can understand you. We can understand you clearly. Besides that,
it's just trying to block all the other noise from the other people in the call center out.
I'm not in the call center. Never been there.
You would say that.
Yeah.
I do know, like people try to scam me in India also, but they
Come on,
didn't
New
got
Moon.
succeeded.
Don't make it obvious, New Moon. Please, don't make it obvious.
No, I know really. I got a lot of scammers call, and one day he was almost scammed me for
No
a
one's
big amount of
interested.
money.
Shut the fuck up.
Oh,
No one's interested.
Arthur, come
Oh.
on, seriously, chill. There's only
Oh
so
my
much
goodness.
humor I can lend to what you're doing.
Is he trying to prevent him from revealing state secrets?
Yeah, go on. Let him speak. Yeah. Let him
Hey,
make a
Nathan.
fool of himself.
Everyone's welcome
Nathan,
here.
I got a great idea, man. Is just to have a debate between Flat Arthur and NewMoon and you. I'd sign up for that shit.
I refuse. I refuse. I refuse to have a
I don't think
debate.
these people are. I don't think they're on opposing sides, right? There's an impression that there's opposing sides because, as I summarised earlier, right? Because at some point NewMoon's picked his favourite videographer while he's cheering along and talking in the chat, probably not paying a great deal of attention, which we've all done at some point. I've done it with you. The amount of stuff that I did not absorb while you were talking on Cathexis' channel, while I'm talking about Flat Earth in the chat, not really paying attention. I have been that dude. I can empathise. So, you know, we're giving this guy a really hard time. And I get Arthur's sentiment as well. You know, he's got off very much on the wrong foot with this guy. Fine. But by the same token, when Arthur's like, all right, fine, let him speak. Well, unfortunately, Arthur, as much as it might annoy you, I will. You know, he's not done anything that egregious as yet. And I'm not going to deny that I appreciate you defending my honour in this regard, or even bringing the subject up. There's only one reason this has been dragged out as much as it has, and that's because you've brought up the facts.
We know this. We know this because somebody already stood up for you when you were absentee landlording, going to get your Weasley milk. Somebody stood up for you and said, hey, this is a lot like Nathan, because Nathan used to be a flat earth believer. So they made a connection between you and NewMoon. So the final question is, are you a scammer?
Outrage.
Thanks, Kiwi. Thanks, Kiwi.
You're welcome.